The crusade starts again. Just kidding. There's no crusade, I think. Hopefully there's no crusades. We're in Japan. So if we come across any crusades, something went terribly wrong. Or perhaps we live in a world in which there is no American continent, so people figured out they could just sail west from Europe to get to Japan. Those are the only two options. Welcome back. Hope you had a nice long weekend. I was gonna stream yesterday, but I'm gonna be honest, I played Arc Raiders instead. So I'm back today because I have remembered how to exercise self-control. So here we are. I apologize for the longer than expected break-in weekend, but I have returned. Arc Raiders is a very fun game, though not one that I would like to stream. Would not be an enjoyable stream experience for me. I think I'm pickier than most streamers about what games I do and don't like to stream on stream. I mean, play on stream. I mean, it's a vibes thing. I'm not sure. Some things are fun and some things are stressful. That would be stressful for me. But welcome back, gamers. Hope you're all feeling refreshed. Hope you're feeling rested, especially Americans. I envy the Americans who live in ignorance and do not know when daylight savings hits. I was almost one such person, but then I was reminded by a friend, because we all gained an hour. So if you went to sleep and felt extremely rested on Saturday night into Sunday, that's why. You got a whole extra hour of sleep. I did not get a whole extra hour of sleep. I just stayed up an extra hour. Some people cash it in as a reward, a little treat for themselves. I just kind of did the thing where you're too lazy to change any of the digital clocks that don't update themselves, because we're all technologically sort of spoiled / ruined by things that update for us, like our phones, or if you have a smartwatch or an iPad or something like that, those just do it for free. So I'm looking at the microwave clock, trying to figure out how it's, oh wait, no, it's not this time, it's an hour earlier. Except now we have to suffer for the next 6 months with darkness that comes an hour earlier. Many of you will be driving home in the dark now from work, and there's nothing you can do about it. I'm still not sure why we do it. Not as a comedy bit, not trying to make a, can you believe that? No, I don't understand why we still do it. I'm not sure. I will continue to publicly advocate for when we spring forward to just never fall back again. Just spring forward one more time and then never fall back again, and then just keep it there. An extra hour of daylight in the evenings is way better. Game? There we are. There we are. In the game. My car and oven clocks are right once a year. Some of you guys' cars are connected to the internet, so that's only true for some of you. Those of us with older cars, gotta do it ourselves. Or not at all. We do it because the few times we tried to stop doing it, it led to an increase in traffic accidents in the morning. That's just blatantly not true. Because if that were factual, we wouldn't still entertain the other half of the year as the opposite? Are you saying that for no reason we have statistically significant evidence that it leads to more traffic accidents in the morning, but we're like, you know what? How about 6 months of more traffic accidents in the morning? That's fine. We'll just compromise. 6 months on, 6 months off. No. It's not. That's not. If that were true, we wouldn't still do the other way. We would have just locked in the way it is now. And also, it doesn't make any sense because it gets dark around 5 o'clock to 5:30, no matter where you are in the U.S. So people drive home. They drive to work in the morning and they drive home in the evening. So you either drive to work in the dark or you drive home from work in the dark. So either way, you're driving in the dark one of your two trips. So why are you saying that there's not more traffic accidents on the way home when it's dark? That doesn't, you know what I'm saying? Like, if you think about that for 1 second, it doesn't make sense, and you can just completely exit off as somebody's random bullshit. Big traffic accident lobby. But anyway, welcome back to Crusader Kings 3. We are the Kam Pak U. This guy, right here. And hopefully, we're going to play him until he dies. Which, I'm not hoping happens quickly, because if it happens quickly, then this is going to be a very short stream. No, I'm just kidding. But I don't want to have to figure out how to become ruler again. This is not a dynasty at this point. If I die, my son does not become the ruler. It's just me. Scandinavian soundtrack might not be the correct soundtrack for these characters. The House of Bichu rises again. Loud Crusader Kings noises. I have returned. And we have much, well, I don't know. I hope we have much to do. I'm not 100% sure. That was kind of the objective today, is to find out what can you do as a Kam Pak U, who is the regent, the ruling regent of a Ritsuyo government type in Japan, which is the government type, I believe, that didn't get officially established until like around 887, and it is 880 right now. So we're a little ahead of the curve, but I understand, you know, it's just easier to go ahead and have that. 867, for all intents and purposes, is close enough to 887, so I don't mind. They still had like ruling regents and such, but not the official title of Kam Pak U until then. And that went for quite a while, actually. Interesting history. I like how Japan's sort of governmental stylings from around that time period, the late 800s onward, was kind of like the copy China's homework, but make it look different so nobody knows. I did the briefest of readings on it just to try to find out what was going on historically. And long story short, leader of Japan was like, you know what? Maybe we should start sending envoys back to China again, which we haven't done since like the 5th century. And it's been a few hundred years. What are they getting up to over there? And so they started inviting, you know, hundreds, if not thousands, of Chinese like artists and bureaucrats and everyone in between. And we're like, you know what? This is some pretty interesting ideas. Why don't we try a merit-based governmental style? And the Fujiwara clan, which we belong to in this game, was like, you know what? That's a great idea. What if we did a merit-based government, except we aggressively intermarried all of our family line with the emperor to create a nearly unbroken dynasty that will last hundreds of years instead. So they did. So they did. There was only like 1 or 2 non-Fujiwara Kampakus, apparently. And they were like late. They were like in the 14 or 1500s. And it was like a dude and his adopted son. And they were like, you know what? This kind of sucks. Let's do something different. And they were the last Kampaku, I think. But yeah, the Fujiwara clan kind of had that figured out. They just were like, you know what? Let's just marry all of our family members into the Imperial Dynasty, and then we will just get picked to be Kampaku every time. It's easy. Easy game. And funny enough, Crusader Kings 3 can mimic that very well, because we're already kind of doing that, and I didn't even know the history of that at the time. We were already planning on intermarrying into the Imperial Dynasty, and I did not realize that that was just historically exactly what happened with my exact family member lineage. So I'm just copying history's homework and doing the same thing that they did. You know, it works. It's a proven, has a track record of success. What is going on inside of Europe right now? Italy went all the way up to East Francia and then back down. Byzantines looking strong over there. Hey, what's up, Raiders? Hello, Avic. We were streaming already? I didn't get a chance to look at Twitch as I was getting ready today. You are already, it's 3:42 p.m. here. I feel like that's a very early start for you if you're finishing stream now. But that's crazy timing. Thanks so much for the raid. What's up, Yabgod, AB Cody, Lady of Distrust? I saw you the other day that you were playing some Cataclysm. I wonder, were you playing some Cataclysm today? Twitch say, Cataclysm The Last Generation. I hope you had an excellent stream. Thanks for raiding over here into the beginning of mine. We just got started less than 20 minutes ago. And if you're in my chat and you haven't already followed my friend Avic, check him out. Plays a lot of really cool games that I think if you like stuff on this channel, you will also enjoy over there. If you haven't already checked him out. Comes highly recommended. Always a pleasure to get to hang out and see what Avic is playing, and I like to lurk often. I was indeed. Avic says, history led to 2025. Bit of a misplay, to be honest. Well, like I like to say, we don't live in the worst timeline. We just live in the dumbest one. That's kind of how I feel. There's way worse times that I could have been born, for sure, around the world. But none so just on the face dumb as the one that I currently live in. Sorry, I got beginning of stream allergies. Gotta blow my nose a little bit. First 30 minutes is always like this for some reason. Talking rattles the brain and stirs up the sinuses. It's exceptionally dumb given the access to knowledge. Yeah, I think that's why I think it's the dumbest timeline. It's not because we're dumber than anyone in history. It's because we have the most access to knowledge and information and yet choose to ignore it. So that makes us the dumbest. There were plenty of times throughout history where people did stupider things, but they didn't know better. So that's the difference. Like everybody knows better. We just like pretend not to. Detail, did you enjoy the baseball game? Nope, I did not watch a single second. Maybe 1 second because it auto plays on my Twitter feed. But I did not watch any of it. And I do not care. Are you telling me the 4 humors are not real? But anyway, how was the stream? How are you guys doing? And if you feel like telling me the difference between Cataclysm, Dark Days Ahead, and the Cataclysm that you're playing, I would be interested to know what that Cataclysm is. A giant fish is trying to eat Sicily. Yeah, it's hungry. It's going in. Sultan Muhammad ibn Ahmad of the Aghlabid Sultanate. That looks like it would be an interesting start condition because you've got the Byzantine Empire right there at your door. But you've also got Italy right up there, so you're kind of in high demand, and it's springing over from North Africa, so that's an interesting spot. You can create an accolade. I don't think I need to create any accolades. You can negotiate an alliance with your son. We don't need to do that either. I believe we're traveling to a funeral right now. And we'll get it rolling here in just a second. Alex, I started the stream with a new character who role-playing an army medic who survived a helicopter crash. Initially, the run seemed cursed as we immediately fled away from giant wasps, almost straight into a fungal bloom. But we found a forest cabin and for a week have been living our best woods life. Project Zomboid style, huh? That sounds fun. Speaking of Project Zomboid, chat, did they ever fix, and by fix I mean patch, and by patch I mean rebalance, the food and caloric intake issues that I was having when I was playing, or did they double down on that? I wonder. All right, I'm gonna blow my nose a couple more times and then we're gonna get started. Thanks for your patience. Okay. Let's try this. Let's try this. On the road to a funeral. I thought I heard fighting, but nobody should be fighting. Wait, we're at the funeral. Tutor educates child. Your son has been taught by the tutor. And Jamaransu's martial skill is increased by 2. 9? It's gonna be a general. Hey, I'm allergic to my son becoming a general. What is wrong with me? Dude, I don't know why allergies piss me off, because it's like, I look at it like my body is showing weakness. And I'm getting, my consciousness is getting angry at what things it can't control. Like, when I get into like a sneezing fit off stream, I just like sneeze and I'm like, screw you, body. Like, you piece of shit. What are you made of? Do better, evolution. Do better. That's all I'm saying. Like, how many more hundreds of millions of years do you need to figure out how to deal with dust? Oh, my skin particles are like phasing off of, you know what I'm saying? Like, it's your own skin. You shed it. So either figure out how to cope with inhaling it or stop shedding it. Pick one, you know what I mean? Like, figure it out. Anyway, sorry. Every time I sneeze, I'm like, there's a 0.01% chance of just having an aneurysm and dying. You know what I'm saying? Like, good job, real good job, brain and body. Like, what a fantastic response. I think you're just a daredevil. You're just like rolling the dice. Sneeze more and gamble on the edge. Now I gotta blow my nose 5 more times because I just sneezed. What did people do in the Middle Ages? Did they just let snot drivel down their face when they didn't invent Kleenex? Like, what did they do? Did they just go into court and just snot all over their cheeks and their chin and their mouth? Handkerchiefs, bro. The handkerchief is not enough. That is a small piece of cloth that would become inundated with mucus after 1 or 2 nose blows. That's not enough material. Lean to the side, plug your nose, and shoot the snot to the ground. That only works if you have a booger, okay? If you have mucus, it's just gonna projectile. You know, like when you put your thumb fully on the water hose nozzle and it just goes every direction? That's what happens. Some of it will hit the ground, and the rest of it will just stick right to your face. So that doesn't work. That only works if you have like a physical lump booger in your nose. Anyway. What the hell are we talking about? I think we're having to sit here and wait for 3 months. We got to the funeral 3 months early. We're having a funeral for Kenpaku Fujiwara Otaki of Japan, who was the Kenpaku before us, and who we also rode to war with to quell an uprising from a shoryo. Well, I don't know if you call it an uprising, but a criminal scum. And afterwards, we didn't quite befriend them, but we were very close with them. And after they died of old age, at age 69, we became the Kenpaku after rising up the ranks. So we hold this title until we die, and then someone else will take over based on their points, for lack of a better term, which I am now trying to find. Here it is. The succession is based on merit / how influential you are. So various vassals are vying to become the most influential and therefore get chosen next. My guru and vassal is actually 8th in line. My son is, let's see, 36th. My heir is 36th. It would be possible, given enough time and given enough influence, to be able to boost him up to be able to inherit, but it would be quite difficult to do. And by quite difficult, I mean it would take over 1,000 influence. Well over 1,000 influence. But yeah, we're just kind of chilling out here at this grand funeral quite early. Your kinswoman has been taught by Tokunaga. Doing quite well. I think he's just teaching random people at court. Your court grandeur decreased and it's now level 7. Uh-oh, I forgot about that whole system, to be honest. Let's check that out. How is my court? The grandeur. What are you guys paying for over here? All right, I know I'm kind of... We're gonna go up here for part. There we go. So looks like the people that came before me, we have a diplomatic court as opposed to a scholarly court. These are court types for the ceremonious ethos. The question obviously becomes, what are the other court types, if any, for the other ethos? I don't think it lists it under ceremonious. So I wonder how you even tell without switching your ethos. But anyway, by default, diplomatic is increasing the offer vassalage acceptance, which is good for peacefully sort of expanding your empire by vassalization. Lowers tyranny gain, counselors like you more, and you can have one extra personal scheme, which is good. The pleased vassal is a loyal vassal. It's true. And people in the court gain a diplomatic courtier bonus. +1 diplomacy after living here for 5 years. As opposed to scholarly, which increases inspired characters, guest opinion up, more monthly lifestyle XP, and learning per level of fame. So big on learning. We're going to keep it at diplomatic. Court language, same. Everything is at tier 4. So we're paying 6.11 gold per month on these amenities, which is a lot, but not too much. We're 3rd in the world. I didn't have to do anything. Kam Pak U, Fujiwara Arasada of Japan is 3rd. Tang is 1st, so that's China. They're in front of the Byzantine Empire, so that's crazy. Japan is 3rd straight off the bat. Honestly, we're bringing in big money. 24 gold a month at this stage in the game is cracked. So we got stylish fashion right now, so at tier 4. Slightly more prestige, grander. And people who visit us get more prestige per month. What's the benefit of giving our courtiers and guests bonus prestige? It also increases the grandeur bonus. We have stylish fashion. Often this court style spread across the world. Lavish food. So we got feast activity reduces, more stress, grandeur up, and all guests get more stress loss. Could go to your family members, I guess. Yeah, I guess it could go to your children if they're at court. Spacious lodgings. Guests are more likely to stay longer. More likely to join your schemes. More grandeur. A completed inspiration has a decent chance of improvement. Lower stress gain. And then many servants. Cheaper to recruit guests. Schemes are faster. Enemy schemes are slower. There are some interesting ones. The main one is, if you go up to exotic food, you get a small boost to disease resistance, which feels worth it to me. Because let's just take a look at the grandeur bonuses as well. Level 1, more likely for offer vassalage to be accepted. Bestow royal favor, counselor task. We don't use that one here. Unlocks the manage royal guards counselor task. We don't really need that either because we're not being assassinated. At level 4, lower tyranny gain. This is your current expectation. This court is 3 levels above its expected level. So you're getting bonus prestige, bonus opinion from everybody because we are so freaking prestigious. Courtiers who have lived in the royal court for 5 years gain a special trait. Unlocks the Convince de Jure Territory Counselor task. Performed by the steward. We don't have any de jure territory that we can expand into. Targets a de jure county of the counselor's liege that is owned by an independent. If they are persuaded, they will ask their ruler to release them to their de jure liege. Okay. 7 is offer guardianship acceptance. I've never had a problem with offering guardianship, so I'm curious when that's going to be used, when that is useful. But the plus 10 counselor opinion is really good. And then 8 is people who've lived in the royal court for 5 years get a more powerful special trait. 9 is even easier guardianship acceptance, better imprisoned chance, 5% monthly renown, and ooh, extra personal scheme. Getting up to level 10, I'm sure it takes 5 out of 5 in every single category, which is only 8 gold a month. Like, I don't know, that seems like a good deal for 2 gold a month, is to get an extra personal scheme. 2 gold a month does not seem bad at all for monthly renown bonus, the extra special bonus, the extra personal scheme, plus you get like various other stress related bonuses. Schemes are faster. You get a health boost here, more stress loss, more prestige. Lock it in, man. We're gonna go max grandeur. Big fashion, big exotic food, endless servants. The court has more servants than anyone knows what to do with. It takes a concerted effort to do the simplest task without servants requesting to undertake it for you. Waiting on you hand and foot, man. Guests know they can request any luxury within their lodgings, any book for study, any late night drink rooms are attended every hour. How are we gonna get 5 out of 5 court at the beginning of the game? That's crazy. It seems kind of cracked, actually. We'll see. All right, so now it should be trending upward. You got me playing this again, so addicting. I think this DLC has been pretty fun, but I'm curious where the ceiling is. I feel like we might be reaching the ceiling. Instill virtue. Fujiwara Machiko gained the trait generous. Noriko taught them. Our wet nurse. Our wet nurse taught... That's not our 9-year-old, it's just a 9-year-old. Okay, that's not my kid. We have 10 children. So, lots of kiddos running around. We need to figure out... Oh, chat. Oh, I just remember something. My player heir and son. I just remembered something. Check out this weirdness. Since we became Kam Pak U, I don't fully understand how this works, but my succession is messed up. My county of Pichu is now considered part of the Empire of Japan title. So if I die, my son does not get to keep Bichu. It goes to whoever inherits the Empire of Japan title, and they get Yamashiro, which is where the capital is. So I have to give this up. However, it's confusing because in the game, we have already beseeched the former Kenpaku for 100 years of Bichu staying inside of our family lineage, and that was ensconced for 100 years. But apparently that just gets magically undone the second that you become Kenpaku. So in my opinion, that doesn't make any sense, because if the other Kenpaku has the power to choose this county and say this county stays in your family for 100 years, then why, as I am Kenpaku, can I not continue that? It seems like a stupid umbrella plug. Also, I need to catch up on some subs. Thank you, Cornholio, for the Prime sub. What's up, dude? Appreciate the brand new sub. Also, welcome Altager for lucky number 77. Thank you, Altager, for subscribing. Fox.gift, thank you for gifting a sub to Smexy Vampire, who's here for a month. Professor Derg has also resubscribed for 83 months in a row. That's a lot of months. Welcome back, Dirk. Thanks for sticking around all this time. I really appreciate it. Core Vocation says, in before Tang pops like a water balloon. I don't know. They're pretty put together. We'll see. We will see. Modified has resubscribed for 82 months. These 80 plus month subs are crazy. Thanks for sharing your Prime here, Modified. 321 Rally Snail says the new soundtrack slaps. New soundtrack is pretty good. They need more songs. Second is they need an option in the music player to disable weighted shuffle. Weighted shuffle pisses me off. 3, there's one song that sucks and I had to turn it off because it was playing like every 5 minutes. Those are my full thoughts. Oxygen says, I'm still here. You're still here. Thank you for being here. Clicking on the stream and clicking that resub button. Anywho, so what we're going to have to do is basically go ahead and give up Bichu to my primary heir to make sure that it stays in the family. So I'm gonna go, I can just gift this whenever I want, I believe. So we are going to probably bestow that on our son. So the downside of that is that there's a big upside and a bit of a downside. The downside is I am gonna lose some taxes on top of what I just lost from honestly, it can't be that much. It can't be that much. Okay, it's like is it really only 1.4 in taxes? How many people live here? Development level 6. It actually went up recently. Out of 100. It's not developed at all. But I do want to spend some money and actually construct some buildings here so that we can try and keep Bichu in the family. And we have room for a new holding as well. So what if I just, you know, put some of the royal coffers into my family holdings? That's not biased or controversial at all. But since I could technically die at any time, you never know, it's probably in our interest to go ahead and give up the title. The second downside is my son is currently my personal physician. So I don't think that there's anyone that's actually better than him at being my personal physician. Unfortunately, though we could take a look. We have one who is good. Or I could potentially search for another one. We could just look for one. The upside is that my son is already 31 and has not been landed in his life. So the reason this is an upside is once he is landed, he will be able to start building up his lifestyle experience points, which he currently doesn't have any. He has no lifestyle and no life. And he's my heir, so he's who I'm going to be playing as afterwards. It'd be nice if he had already started building up some of those mastermind philosopher traits, because he's got a 4-star education. He is gluttonous, humble, and fickle, which are not my... These are some of my least favorite traits to RP as. So I need my main guy to live till he's 95, so that this guy gets old and I don't have to play as him for very long. That being said, he is really smart. Got a little traveler XP now, getting the novice physician up. And he's a diplomatic courtier from spending 5 years living in a bustling court with emissaries and diplomats. We haven't been Kam Pak U for 5 years already, have we? I feel like it's weird that unlanded adventurers can get lifestyle XP, but unlanded kids don't. I think it's weird too. I agree. I'm not sure why there is a restriction on the kids getting lifestyle XP. I would rather lifestyle XP just be rebalanced so that everyone gets some lifestyle XP, but maybe at a slower rate. And you just automatically start getting it at 16 or something like that. Anyway, where was I? Oh, give the thing. Give the thing. My son, I would like to give the thing. How do I do that, actually? Maybe I should have to go through the title. Grant appointment as governor of a province. There we go. It just took a different shape because it's called an appointment. Bichu. So 1.4 taxes a month, 358 soldiers, development 6. I can't, no take backsies. Tadayuki becomes your vassal. He will have the courtly vassal stance. He can still be my physician. You lost the Kuni of Bichu to Fujiwara Tadayuki. Yep, that is by design. Personal physician vacated. Maybe he can't be it since he's not in my court. Never mind. All right, can this guy be Osho as well? Yeah. So he's Osho, and he's the court physician, plus 100 opinion of me, so he should really like me and therefore not murder me. And we got advanced research for my monthly lifestyle bonus. He is already a novice physician, and he's 48 years old. I'm going to swap this over to give him a chance of gaining experience or learning skill. Try to boost him to make him a better physician. So, my son is now the Count of Bichu. Kakushi Fujiwara, finally promoted. His younger brother has been a count for a few years now in Chikuzen. So we managed to get him a spot in Chikuzen as governor, which has a lot of taxes. They got 5.3 in taxes because of their special office building, which is basically like the Port Authority, for lack of a better term. Chikuzen is where all the visitors kind of come in from different places, and so there's a lot of boat traffic, and the Zaifu office oversees that, and also coastal defenses. You know, they put a lot of like anti-ship guns along the coastlines to make sure that we are well defended. Okay, now if I die, I only lose the Emperor of Japan, but not Bichu. Oh yeah, who am I swaying right now? Minamoto Toru. I don't remember why I'm swaying you, but you now have a plus 100 opinion of me. And Ayoshi. Kakushi Ayoshi. Ayoshi is down here. Godless Ravener. Ambitious and arrogant. Let me see my personal schemes. We don't need to sway you anymore. I think I was swaying the person who's no, I need to... This guy has a tiny military power. They got a faction against me to install a ruling regent. I don't need to sway him because I think we're making a play on his governorship, or I was. Though now that might be a non-thing. So I think I wasted a bunch of influence in the last stream, not realizing that I would have to give my eldest son Bichu. Because I think I had positioned my son as first in line for this county and spent like 250 influence to do that. So, not a great idea in the end. So what I would like to do is go crazy. I want to sway this dude. I want to see what we can do. Because I know he's not going to accept vassalage. 141. But there might be some other ways to boost vassalage acceptance. Perhaps if we could navigate cultural acceptance somehow. Over time, acceptance will return to the cultural baseline if exceeded. I think we have the option to mess with that because we have some emishi over here, and maybe we can promote cultural acceptance and see what that changes. But I'm going to start by swaying him, since he is the only independent ruler on the mainland here. What's interesting is their background. Where do I see that? Oh, he's infirm right now. Severe health penalty, but still feeling fine because he's got maximum workout routines. his lifestyle is all constitution, whole of body. Could live forever. Time to hand counties to our family members. They got to grow up first. We have a lot of family members that we could do that for, but they have to grow up. Our next oldest son is like 8. So, still a ways to go. So besides him... the Duchy of Tumna. Yeah, these are all going to be like negative 159. How many islands do they actually have in Crusader Kings? I mean, besides the Southeast Asia bits here and Indonesia. This would be a hard... I feel like starting here would be so hard. Like, beginning your Crusader Kings 3 campaign down here would be crazy hard. Like, here at least you've got more land to move up to despite the impassable mountains. But, I was gonna do this, because I thought it was cool. The Emishi are prolific hunters driven by economic necessity or perhaps social expectation. They refined hunting practices to a beautiful art. They're isolationist, which is hurting us by minus 35% cultural acceptance gain. And that's going to make them extremely unlikely to ever be vassalized through diplomacy. Forest fighters have extra bonuses in the forest when fighting. And they have sacred hunts. Hunting is pious, and they're defiant ambushers. Ever harried by encroaching invaders, mastery of the saddle and bow allow limited numbers to be used to devastating effect in hit-and-run ambushes. Movement speed over land while raiding plus 20%. They can recruit the Emishi Riders as a special men-at-arms. Archer Cav. So they actually go kind of crazy. They got 500 levies and 100 of the riders. But yeah, I kind of just want to try interacting with different people here. They are at war, negative 205. My legitimacy being low is hurting us by 25. His realm is too distant. You are not his rightful liege, etc., etc. Just kind of seeing what's up. Negative 159. Different faith, cultural acceptance. All right, let's just focus on that. And then perhaps another head of a noble family. We've already got you and you. How about House Kudara? The Honorable Maniac. But you're 68 and in poor health, so we should focus on those who are younger and healthier, such as Yoshimine Tsuneo. Sway you. Okay, sorry, just trying to get all of I's dotted and T's crossed. Hello, Propulsion. Thank you for 45 months of sub. Welcome back for one more. Thanks for dropping that. And Chromosims also gifting a sub. Thanks for the gift sub. Appreciate generosity. All right, we need to... We have a grand funeral. As grand as a funeral can be. You are waiting on one activity guest. Who are we waiting on? Your daughter has been taught by Toshu Tokunaga. Stewardship increased by 2. Dude, the tutor is going crazy. The tutor is actually like offering an insane amount of bonuses through Educate Children. Children at court have a chance to have one of their skills increased by 1 or 2 every year. It does stress out the tutor. But man, it really is like having an impact on their stats. Gain 20 opinion of you. That's my son. Your son gained 20 opinion of you thanks to his stepmom. Cool, thanks. I'm glad they're getting along. Ostensibly. Another one. Your spouse's excellent diplomacy. Your cousin Fujiwara Disco gained temperate. Has instilled a value via the wet nurse. Our beautiful daughter is temperate. Currently charming and shy. So charming will go away. I don't remember what everybody is like synced up for in terms of like I arranged some marriages, but I don't remember all the marriages I arranged. And I don't remember if everyone has a guardian. Do you guys all have a guardian? I think so. I think we've got that covered at least. Now, our son's son is not covered. So we need to focus on our heir's son, because this could be who we play as. Puyo Puyo. Young Puyo, my grandson. I will find you a guardian to make you wise. However, I don't get to choose your focus. Unfortunately. I feel like you should be able to choose your grandson's focus. esteemed guests drift past the enshrouded body of Kenpaku Fujiwara Otaki of Japan, one after another, granting him little more than a slight bow or nod. As if such perfunctory gestures would ever be enough to honor a life. My heart weighs as heavy as my pockets, so full of trinkets and memories of Otaki. Why are my pockets full of trinkets? I can't help but wonder why I should get to hoard objects which rightfully belong to him. A memory of Tenno Korihito is not mine to hold. You gain 180 piety. A memory of Tenno Korihito is destroyed. You gain 6 stress because you're arrogant and compassionate. What? Perish the thought? You gain 24 stress because you are compassionate. What? Why would I destroy someone's memories out of compassion? I'm so confused by that. Prestige plus 0.01 per month. That's almost nothing. 1 court grandeur bonus. I mean, to be honest, I don't really care about his memories, so maybe I take the least stressful one. But it feels weird to destroy an artifact. Also, ad starting. It's already been an hour? So turn your volume down for the ad if you're an ad watcher. If you're not an ad watcher, then carry on as you are. On the one hand, I don't like destroying artifacts. On the other hand, it's not a very good one. So this is just a weird event. I think this is a really weird event. Chad, are you saying that there is an event based on the activities and traveling of possibly tours and tournaments that is badly designed? Is that weird? I don't know. Perish the thought of that. I guess I'm just gonna... I don't know. I'm gonna wait for the ad to be done. Sorry if this question has been asked already. Will you be playing EU5? The answer is maybe. It went from definitely to maybe. We'll see. When I wake up tomorrow, I will ask myself, self, do you feel like trying to parse poorly stitched together hints and tooltips to figure out how developers intend for you to play this game for up to 24 to 50 hours? That's kind of what I'm going to wake up and ask myself tomorrow. And if the answer is no, then I'm not. Also, I don't know if Weesum can hear this answer because I'm not sure. Weesum, do you get ads? I should probably just discuss it after the ad's done. Arrogant and compassionate really seems to be coming up a lot. It does. It's an interesting combination. My character is extremely proud of how much he cares about everyone else. You know what I mean? Like that's sort of how you reconcile arrogance and compassion simultaneously. He thinks he has more consideration and concern for everyone else than anyone else, and only he is capable of truly understanding the needs of those around him. Every ad break is a moment of silence for Otaki. But anyway, while there's still a minute left in the ad, I mentioned that I was playing Arc Raiders. And I gotta say, after playing Arc Raiders, we have found one good use of generative AI. And it's programming enemies in video games. Because those stupid robots trying to use generative AI to figure out how to murder you is some of the funniest gameplay I've ever seen. Just like shooting off 2 of their little propellers, and you're like hiding inside of a little house inside of a kitchen or something, and there's a window to the outside, and the little flyer just like bonking into the window, realizing it can't fit inside the window, and then sitting there and thinking for a second of how to like navigate around that to get an angle on you to shoot you. It's like so funny watching them think about how to try to kill you. We found one. So I have to acknowledge that. I think programming, and also they're supposed to be AI, so it's thematically relevant as well. Like the enemy in Arc Raiders is artificial intelligence. So it turns out that when you thematically unify your ideas with your gameplay, then it actually can make sense. But they're all just fun to watch, how they try and get you, or if you're trying to like fake them out. When they like catch on to you and they know where you are, but then you're hiding and they're actually looking for you. And it also really adds to the unpredictability, where in most games you can watch how the enemy's patrols are going and just be like, okay, he doesn't patrol here, so it's safe. But that just doesn't exist in Arc Raiders. Like, there could be a giant leaper going this way, and you're like, okay, maybe he's gonna keep going. Oh, and then he turns around and goes in an unpredictable fashion, and then one of their scouts catches a whiff of you, and then suddenly it's on. Like, it just adds an extra layer. It's an impressive game, but I dislike how it got a battle pass. I don't think that I don't have a battle pass. Is there a battle pass I could buy? Are you thinking of RedSec in Battlefield, brother? Because that does have a battle pass. Arc Raiders has a cosmetic shop. I don't think that the progression of the battle pass like thing in Arc Raiders is not something you buy. Just points you earn by playing the game. So I don't know what you're talking about. Anyway, welcome back. Yeah, it's progressed like a battle pass, but it's free. So it would be a strange thing to dislike. Anyway, we were originally talking about a different thing. I'm gonna click this button. I don't know, dude. I'm gonna go with the less stressful, noble thing to do because I'm compassionate. I think the compassion is overriding the arrogance. Nah, you know what? Screw that. I'm not destroying it. I'll take the stress. Anywho, the question was posed whether we'll be playing EU5 tomorrow, because I don't get early access because Paradox doesn't like me, but I wouldn't have played it anyways until it came out, because I'm a little busy in Crusader Kings. And the answer was, I don't know, because I was watching Shinrir playing it, and I happened to tune in at the exact moment, I think it was like yesterday or the day before, when someone in chat asked, how are you finding the game's tutorial, or how are you finding the like learning experience of EU5, or it was like, do you know what you're doing yet, or something like that. And Shin was like, well, we've read all of the hints. They have like a hints page on the right, and a couple of those have been useful, and we've read all the tooltips, and we've looked at the in-game codex of entries and read a bunch of those things, but there's many different aspects that we haven't been able to figure out yet, and there's no online documentation because no one else has been able to play the game yet. So for the in-game tutorial and information, he said basically, there are some things that you will have a question and be able to find an answer, but most things, his words, you will not. And so if I'm watching this and I'm looking at Shin say this, and Shin's got like thousands of hours in Stellaris, and Crusader Kings and like all of the other Paradox games. And I'm like, if you can't figure it out, I know I can't, because you're 10 times smarter than me at all of these games. So it seems like it's not a learning curve so much as a learning mountain. He has thousands in EU4 also. See, I didn't know if that was the case or not. It looks like a lot. I saw that too, and Shin definitely had a struggle to parse the tutorial on tooltips and systems. Yeah, it seems like that there is a lot. Now, just because that there's a lot of a game doesn't mean that there is a lot of good, right? There could be a lot, and there could be some of it good and some of it bad. Depth, sometimes the depth is so great that you drown. When you're trying to swim across. So that was definitely a thing that made me scratch my head and go, why would you make a game like this and not try and onboard? Why would you not learn the lessons you learned from Crusader Kings 3, which again had the best onboarding of any Paradox grand strategy game in vanilla? Like, what I'm struggling with Japan, right? And it probably took 2 to 3 full streams, 7 to 8 hour streams of just poring over things, trying to understand how to like connect A to B to C. And now we're the leader of Japan. So that was probably, 15 to 20 hours of just on top of like 400 hours of regular Crusader Kings gameplay to figure out what I'm sort of meant to do to get some power here. Now I'm imagining jumping in with no background in EU4 and no 300 or 400 hours of base game play like I have in Crusader Kings 3 to hop on. And I'm looking at that and thinking, do I just want to read tooltips, and do I just want to read a codex and read hint pages on screen for like 2, 3, 4, 5 full streams before I figure out what I'm doing? I don't know. Not really. But also, if you want to have another game to play, you gotta do it. But it's crazy to me that you've got CK3 right there from 5 years ago, praised widely for how easy it was for new players to hop in and start to figure out, and then release something that people with apparently thousands of hours in EU4 are like, what the hell? How do I do this? And I'm sure they'll figure it out, right? It's not that it's unfigure-outable. It's just that, do you want to go to school to learn how to play a game? You know what I mean? Some people, yes. Some people, no. And I don't think that it's wrong to fall on either side of that. It's kind of a personal preference. I am so glad it isn't going to be easier to play. Shut up, nerd. That's a 30-minute timeout. Don't come in here and spew elitist bullshit. You're what's wrong with games, brother. People that get, like, possessive. Like, if it were easier, more people would play it, or it would not have depth and complexity. That's not how it works. They're not mutually exclusive qualities. A game can be easy to learn and difficult to master. That is a common idiom and phrase that describes many, many different games. And yeah, I've seen the things about the AI as well. How competent the AI is or isn't doesn't really factor into my personal decision with regard to playing EU5. Because to be honest, I can't think of any Paradox game that I look at and go, the AI is so freaking smart in single player that it makes it so much fun to play. No, like every single one of the games could do better. Name one Paradox Grand Strategy game that's like, this AI is so smart that it keeps me on my toes. Name one. Magica. Victoria 3, but that's because they have no idea what's happening. Yeah, that's how it always is, right? When you don't really know how to play, you can't even recognize that the AI is not performing up to what you would expect it to. Once you learn how to play and you get hundreds of hours in, then you're like looking at it and going, okay, so why did you declare war on the Soviet Union when you're already in a two-front war? Did you just do that because that was the next national focus on the tree? I have no doubt that it's like potentially worse in that it's the newest, because I remember the times in Crusader Kings 3 and Hearts of Iron 4 before they patched in the many different tweaks and changes to how allies behave. I was there at the beginning of Crusader Kings 3 when all of your allies that you would call into war would just throw their bodies into the fire and sprint in and just get wiped by the enemy doomstacks while you're trying to siege. And you're like, come on, bro, follow me. We just stay here, siege, and we win. It's the capital. And they just won't. I remember the before times. They all start that way, I think, to some degree. And they will eventually get better. Presumably. My beneficiary approaches me with a thoughtful expression. Is there anyone special to you, Lord Regent? He must read my irritation at such a personal question from my face, because he continues, I mean, is there anyone you wish to dedicate your commissioned artifact to? It is turning out well, but a meaningful inscription would make it feel more personal. This is an inspired courtier, giant. From Tang, I think. The Han Dynasty. To my beloved Kamachi, only the enlightened guides me. There is no need for a dedication. Well, we may not have romanced. We did try to romance, so maybe he's still holding on to that. She's been a really good companion all this time, so let's just I'll just go RP. We'll go RP. Do you think any of the CK3 DLCs are mandatory for a better game? A better game? No. Variety once you're bored of vanilla? There's a few. Most of them, no. But I don't think that there's any that are like gameplay mechanics that I couldn't live without. You should play vanilla until you're bored and then get some DLCs for variety. The Viking one, essential. False. None of them are essential. The body of my lost kinsman has now been void of life for days, yet his eyes still hold life therein. The gaze of the divine. Buddha's holds the bodies. What? Buddha's hold. What am I reading? I'm. All right. So Buddha's holds the body from the ravages of rot and decay. What? As if keeping him in a dream between living and dead. The clamoring crowd The clamoring crowd have. Crowd is a singular. So it should be has declared this body incorruptible, chosen to be ascended to be a venerated ancestor. Jesus Christ, there are sometimes I read paragraphs and I go, maybe AI is not so bad. Maybe just having AI write all your quest text isn't the worst idea if this is what you're gonna get. I have no idea what I'm reading. A miracle before my eyes. I must act as the Mara's advocate. Learning challenge. A miracle before my eyes. You gain stress because you were arrogant. The whole point of throwing a funeral is to lose stress. Okay? And help everyone cope with their stress, but I'm getting exclusively plus stress events from all this. None of these events are good or helpful or beneficial. They're all negative, and the worst part is I had to pay for it. This thing costs money. I guess I'll take the learning challenge. What is this? What is this? I have to lose 20 legitimacy? Isn't that like a ton for us? Where did that event go? Okay, hold on. Right here. How much is this? 600 to 1,000. I'm almost level 4. Okay, if this is 400 legitimacy, then I'm just gonna lose. I'm just gonna lose the 20. It's not that bad. I must act as the Mara's advocate. I don't even know what this means. Like, what is Buddha holds the body from the ravages of rot and decay. The clamoring crowd declared this body incorruptible. I must act as the Mara's advocate. What am I doing? A venerated ancestor. Exceptionally holy Otaki is venerated for his pious actions. +2 piety per month, plus 25% legitimacy gain. I don't know what either of these do. What does the top one do? What does the bottom one do? What does the top one do, and what does the bottom one do? I'm picking the bottom one. Your advocacy goes well. You gain 50 thing. I rolled good. You increased your legitimacy to true level 4. No idea, but there you go. Requires at least 1,000 legitimacy, short reign duration minus 10%. We are true ruler. The happy number went up, that's all we need. All eyes fall upon Kikuchi Ono Harukuze of Tsushima as he falls to the ground in lamentation, hands coating his reddened eyes from view. Kikuchi Ono Harukaze of Tsushima, sorrowful... You know, okay, this is not really like the writer's fault, but it reminds me of like if you're reading a book and the author refuses to use like he or she or they or like it, and they keep using their full proper name for every sentence that starts instead of relying on your knowledge of the nearest antecedent to inform who they're talking about. And they keep using like the same titled proper name for every mention. His sorrowful gasps and chokes have left his fellow mourners breathless, and many offer him comfort and reverence as if it were him who was to be committed to the hereafter. Eyes must fall upon only me. Combined learning and prowess challenge. Why is this not like a diplomacy challenge? I don't know why this is a learning challenge. I can only mourn in my own way. Lose stress because you're compassionate. I need that one. Grow close to forming a friendship. I offer comfort. I'll do that. I offer comfort. Okay. Is this Legacy of the Dead DLC, or is this Tours and Tournaments? Because doesn't the funeral coincide with them traveling? Was this like in the activity update? I don't know. Either way, they're both bad DLCs. I and the other mourners take a reprieve from our grief to enjoy a great bounty of food. Shimada Tadami of the Shimada family, usually the lifeblood of any feast, now sits across from me misty-eyed with an untouched cup at his side. How can we make ourselves fat and merry in times like these? Are we to enjoy ourselves while Otaki has nothing? Join me, empty your cups in libation. The guests seem to agree. There is a wisdom in Tadami's oafish lamentation. Bro. This is the worst DLC. The dead DLC is the worst, and no one can change my mind. Lose 115 gold and gain 24 stress? I guess give me 24 stress and legitimacy instead of every single person loses 5 opinion of you. Every single activity except for hunting, the original ones are the only good ones. Grand Tour sucks, Grand Tournament sucks, Grand Wedding, I don't know, I've never done it, I'm gonna be honest. Feast is good, Festival sucks, Hunt is good, we haven't done Inspection yet, Pilgrimage is good, I don't know if I've ever done a university visit. Most of them suck. We paid like 200 gold for this funeral. Actually, I think we paid 260, like almost 300 gold for this funeral, just to become extremely stressed and get nothing. Of all the figures venerated and villainous, none have been desired more than our departed Fujiwara Otaki of Japan. With his crowd of weepers and gawkers finding other subjects to satisfy their fascination, I am at last left with a moment of solace between myself and my kinsman. A time for quiet prayer. You gain critical stress and die because you're arrogant. Allow myself a single moment of grief, lose 62 stress. I promise to be a better Kam Pak U. 24 stress and you get 5% legitimacy gain. Allow myself a moment of grief. This is the difference. This is a great showcase of why Crusader Kings 2's events are better than 3's. Okay? Because 3 is like, would you like some RP in these trying times? You can pick the ones that literally will kill your character from stress, or the only good option. What are you gonna choose? Remember to roleplay your character. Like there's no room for any roleplay. It's just pick the only one that doesn't kill you. Okay. You are no longer overwhelmed by stress. Thank you so much. My kinswoman Yoshiko has given birth to a son. My courtier, just everyone who's born in my court. I don't think I care about these people at all. So you are Suinaka. Grow strong and wise. Courtly vassals admire your preparations. You gain 75 prestige, which is basically nothing. Before me, a feasting table stocked high with all manner of food and drink. This is a terrible way to start a sentence, grammatically. There's no verb. Before me, like, is implied, and it's we. Before me, a feasting table stocked high with all manner of food and drink should do something. Comma doesn't change anything grammatically there. As if Kenpaku Fujiwara Otaki of Japan were trying to offer a final act of magnanimity before parting. Where was? I don't know, man. Kakushi Minamoto Okoro of Issei has so far refused to lay a finger on this banquet, however. Terrible, however, right there. Just cut that. Swilling his goblet around in idle solace. His middle distance stare. His middle distance stare falls wearily upon me, and with a quiet nod, he raises his drink high. To Kenpaku Fujiwara Otaki of Japan, truly one of the greats. True Kenpaku Otaki, truly one of the greats. This is killing me, man. Diplomacy challenge. Okay, so 99% chance that you gain 50 legitimacy, 1% chance you die. And I will lose 21 stress because you are arrogant. To Kenpaku Fujiwara of Otaki, 50 piety and become critical stress, or tell us what he meant to you, 15 opinion and gain critical stress. What should I pick? How much do we need to fund the mod where Ital rewrites all the Crusader Kings 3 events? I could genuinely do a better job. And like, could I program a game? No. Could I do art in a game? No. But I could write better than this, and it would not be a challenge. It would be easy. That I am confident in. Great indeed, and I will be greater still. The crowd is moved. So good. We're never holding a grand funeral again, by the way. Tutor educates your child. That's not my sorry, not my child, just a child. Funeral, I remember him. In a quiet corner of the temple, I overhear Kikuchi Yoshimine Tsuneo of Mutsu chatting with a group of mourners. He somberly gestures me over. We all have fond memories of Otaki. I was just talking about the time I was granted the Kuni of Tajima by Otaki. Tell me, have you any memories to share? What should I pick? I will pick the good one. Diplomacy challenge against Kikuchi Tsuneo. 88%, it's good. 11%, every guest loses 5 opinion of you. Or you can get 50 piety. Your memory brings tears. You gain 250 piety. Wow, and every guest gets 10 opinion of you. And you gained a level of devotion. You are widely known for your faith as a faithful. Hunched beside me, bereft of the pretense of propriety, the inconsolable Ujisuke gazes out into the nothingness before him. Not a tear falls from his eyes, not a word passes his mouth, until he turns to me. Buddha can be cruel indeed. Why does the wind still yet blow? Why does the sea continue its push to the shore? Why does my body ache for food and thirst for water? Doomsday is upon us. My kinsman is dead. Not sure. I mean, this one and the last two are the closest to normal writing we've come. But comma, my kinsman is dead. I don't know why my kinsman is dead is not just its own sentence. It's not a big deal, but I think grammatically it would be better. It's not a continuation. Anyway, while there's life, there's always hope. Come on, will you pick the one that... I'm allergic to just gaining stress on every single event. 30% you spend 50 piety and lose 25 opinion. 69%. He is comforted. Why does that stress you? I don't know. Everything stresses my character because he's a ruler, I guess. Quietly nodding stresses me out, bro. Now the time has come to commit Otaki's final rites before his final journey to the hereafter. Otaki lays wrapped in fine fabrics atop a towering funeral pyre. Chat, this is actually a question. Grammatically, should it be Otaki lays, lies, or lay? Having more fun correcting the grammar? Yeah. This will be on the test. By the way, chat, to those of you who are... This is going to be a fun little knowledge. The difference between lay and lie. If you're someone who care... Okay, lay means to place something down. It's active. Lie is passive. It does not mean to lie or be untruthful, Veronica Speedwell. Lie is intransitive. It's for something or someone that's already in position, or something moving on their own. As in, you can lie down there, not you can lay down there. You can lie there all day. Examples of lay. I was told to lay the book down. Active. I laid it down as I have laid other books down. Active. I am laying more books down now. Examples of lie. I was told to lie down. I have lain here since. I'm still lying here. For lay, we have lay, laid, have laid, and laying. For lie, we have lie, lay, have lain, and lying. Okay. Oh, English is screwed, man. Yes, it's really that complicated, says Merriam-Webster. I've run into this before and was given conflicting information since I was in school. The lale lule lo, yeah, of course. But anyways, we can all agree it's not lays. The bhikkhu stands beside you with a torch, its light flickering in the wind. To see him surrounded by so many mourners and given a proper Yogacara burial gives me hope that perhaps I too will be remembered as fondly as Kam Pak U. I lower the torch to the kindling and watch as the tower of wood is lit ablaze. All that's left now is to wait for Otaki to be returned to ashes. So beautiful. You gain 130 legitimacy. You gain 500 piety. You lose 83 stress. Finally, the stress reduction that I've been looking for at long last. And we're well on our way to 5 in legitimacy. The funeral is over. Conclusion, you gain 130 legitimacy, 500 piety, a little bit of prestige, and you lost stress. Failed your intent to befriend. And now we go home. At long last, I am finally home. We were out for 268 days. That's almost a year, dude. I really don't think I'm in a position to hold court. In fact, from my past interaction with Royal Court, I remember saying that it was actually always optimal to never hold court. Because the number of events that will mess you up or force you to drain money are statistically significant, and you will lose more than you gain by if you just choose to never hold court. It's actually just more beneficial financially. Oh my god. Our giantess wife has had a baby with us. However, we can never be 100% certain that is ours, because I think she's having a secret relationship with someone else in her court. She's huge. That's what giantess means. She is an actual giant. Yet, yes, chat, she's huge. That's what being a giant means. All right, anyways. I'm gonna demand her convert from Shinto also. What shall I call you? Another son. I don't know, actually. I need a letter. I love how every giant in this game has a Habsburg jaw. Yeah, I don't know why that is. F. For no reason at all, this is going to be Fringoku. She agrees to convert to Yogacara and may continue to practice in the secret. All right, what do I need to do before I die? I'm 54. The double sway. Your vassal has created a cadet branch. Oh no. Invitations to festivals. Isn't it crazy how much more fun Crusader Kings 3 is when you're not doing events? All of my fun in this campaign, and why I've said that I think that it's a decent DLC, is because I've been doing like gameplay. But anytime that there's like event downpour from the activities, it's immediately pops the balloon and takes all the wind out of the sails. House Muto joined the Bichu block. 3 house members. Okay, you're swayed. You are completely incapable, so I'm not sure that befriending you is the right call. Who's your heir? I'm gonna start befriending your heir. See how that goes. Send a child to university. It'll improve their education. You may have a specific guardian in mind already. It's kind of too late. I already have guardians for all these people. And also, I want to spend my money on other stuff. Participants may gain piety, prestige, opinion, and lose stress. We're not going to go to anyone's festival. We got better things to do. Like sit in our home and rule. Speaking of rule, let's see what decisions are possible for a Kam Pak U. My top one is establish a Soryo administration. That is not what I want to do, actually. The fetters of the old bureaucracy only stymie the government's ability to keep the peace. It is time to move past these illusory formalities for the good of all Japan. A war will start against disgruntled vassals. If you win, you adopt a Soryo government. No, that's kind of the opposite of what I want. That is the inversion of Ritsuyo, which is our government. Consecrate a bloodline. I can ensure my dynasty is forever enshrined as a holy bloodline. Yogakara is organized. We do control a Yogakara holy site. Your level of devotion is 5 or above. What are we right now? Faithful? That's only 3. 5 is... Well, we're almost to 4. If we did a couple more things... If we did a couple of more holy things, like a pilgrimage, we could pump some piety. But that's not specific to Japan. That's just from the Legends one. Strengthen your bloodline. It's not going to happen. You have to have your traits. We don't have genius, beautiful, or Herculean. It's not going to happen for a long time. Dynasty of many crowns. At least 10 members of your dynasty are an independent ruler. Nope, that's never going to happen. So we actually have 0 major decisions that we can do as the Kam Pak U, which is odd, I think. Have you had any AIs try becoming a warlord? We've had like 2 or 3, but they were put down very quickly. So 0 major decisions. GG, you won. GG, you won. Kinda? This is like abandon your obligations, train, fashion, exoticize a grand hall. Oh, that's like redecorate your palace like another royal court. I don't know what the benefit of that is. Become an adventurer, that's just like going rogue. Commission an artifact, that's normal. Ritual sacrifice, that could be piety for sure. Petition the Tenno, perform a tea ceremony. All right, so we kind of have nothing. We have a project to develop the community, which increases development, adds or upgrades buildings, and improves the counties within this duchy. And then we're also not allowed to go to war with anybody. Rulers in Japan cannot declare wars unless the imperial policy is imperial pacification. Unlocks the imperial county pacification casus belli and declaration of external wars. All Ritsuyo vassal opinion is down by 35. So you have to be able to tank the opinion debuff. So to get to imperial pacification law, we have to we're not allowed to pick it because you have to be, the realm needs to be at peace. Who are you guys fighting? Speaking of, this is a Soryo right here. There's a Soryo right there. So we could declare, we could not declare war. How do you, as Kam Pak U, do you even do anything about this, or you just let it go? I'm not sure. Demand surrender? On the bottom of the vassal, more options. And then if he says no, this is unrelated. There is a new name among the magnates of the Empire of Japan. The Muto family has gained the right to be considered nobility. Okay. Not sure why that demands a pop-up. Greetings, Kam Pak U. I would lose far too much if I were to surrender. I do not wish to disobey, but Tarasada has forced my hand. How dare you defy me? You spend 75 prestige and you lose 20 opinion of him, which... Okay. That went well. So there's nothing I can do to enforce the structural integrity. I thought there was a way to play Soryo Whack-A-Mole where you just kind of bring them back in line. On the upside, it looks like my vassal is winning against the Soryo, though I don't know if he'll be able to siege successfully. Over here, Lord Regent. My beneficiary Yuan Qing waves me over with a wide grin. I have toiled many days and nights, and finally my work is done. He presents me with an object wrapped in cloth. As I lift the fabric, he presents me with an object wrapped in cloth, period. As I lift the fabric, comma, my eyes grow wide. Or... he presents me with an object wrapped in cloth, and as I lift the fabric, comma, my eyes grow wide. That would be, either of those would be fine. We need a comma, though. An opulent regalia set of masterful craftsmanship. I don't think that's an actual sentence. It consists of a electrum scepter, that should be an, set with pieces of emerald, fine lambswool robes that have been embroidered with gold, and a large emerald cabochon necklace. I don't know what cabochon is. This is lovely. Fujiwara regalia. Diplomacy per level of fame. This is actually a really good artifact, to be honest. Tyranny loss plus 10%. Romance phase length is 12 days faster. And the diplomacy per level of fame is pretty cracked. So we're distinguished. That's plus 3 diplomacy right now. A tiny, elegant inscription runs on the side, dedicating it to my beloved Kamachi. Honestly, good craft. Basically a scepter. The first artifact. Your son has been taught by Kikuchi Tokunaga. Diplomacy increased by 2? He's gonna be a gamer. Your daughter has been taught by the tutors. Stewardship up by 2. Her stewardship is pretty good considering she's not even being educated with that as a focus. But anyway, I have no idea how to quell the Shoryo uprisings. It looks like that my vassals are doing that for me. Just to curry favor, perhaps. Because it seems like I cannot get involved at all. Tutor educates child. Your ally has been taught. Who is that? I don't even know who that is. Trying to... He's not considered an actual, like, criminal. So if I try to imprison him, he will rise up in rebellion with disgruntled vassals, and it's an act of tyranny, so all of my subjects lose 16 opinion of me. I also gain 96 stress because I am just and compassionate. Holy. And I gain 10 dread and lose 20 legitimacy. So you actively tank your legitimacy and increase tyranny to do this. And it might cause a revolution. A small revolution, but a revolution nonetheless. Bichu and Okasuga house relation damaged. Kokushi Motozane's decorative fan was gifted to your spouse, minus 100%. I don't understand what that means, actually. I wish it was written more clearly than with gifted in air quotes, and I'm supposed to understand what they're implying. Kudara Bichu quarreling house relations damaged. Lady Motoko became rivals with your son. Okay. Chat, I got 376 income, dude. Maybe we use that to build some buildings in Bichu for our heir. We have simple pastures already, which give us some tax, some levies, and some supply limit. What else should we look to add to that? We got a trade port. Which adds taxes plus development growth. We've got warrior lodges, which is infantry stationed in skirmisher damage. Blacksmiths, grand tourney, don't care. Men-at-arms bonuses, levy reinforcement, knight effectiveness, kind of meh. Stables are cavalry, kind of meh. Militia camps, more levies is not bad. Though barracks is probably better. Hunting grounds, taxes plus 50 levies, a little bit of both. Hill farms is taxes. And then supplies. I'm thinking Hill Fort. Hill Fort is a lovely +2 to fort level, makes sieging take a lot longer. Also gives you a massive garrison buff, so they have to have more troops in order to siege it successfully. Also gives you a defender, small defender advantage. It ends up with a big one if you ever get it up that high. Yeah, I think Hill Fort is nice when it's your kind of seat of power, and then maybe trade port. It's gonna take 5 years to build. It's actually quite cheap, only 100 gold. It's only 4 months of our income. So we'll build you a hill fort there. I'm surprised I'm even allowed to build inside of my son's county. We can only build one at a time. We could add a new holding, but That's pretty expensive. 300. We could try to construct a city in Bichu, which I think would be good. We've already got a temple and a castle. And I think that's the only option. Yeah, I think city is the only option. And it would also give another holding to whoever is occupying Bichu. So with the rest of the income, we could build something else in the capital. We gain monthly piety. They improved our new regalia. Oh, dude, that's a good idea. Let's sponsor another thing. Oh, no one else is inspired. What else? They have wet fields, taxes and development growth. They already have a hill fort. So this is the third and potentially this final building for the castle other than the duchy building. So which of these makes the most sense for a capital, do you think? Also, the ad's about to start in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. I'm gonna take a BRB while the ad is running, grab a drink and a snack and come back. I have no idea which of these to pick. Archers, skirmishers, levies, men-at-arms maintenance down. I think stables would be fun. And then going like hard on cavalry. Station men-at-arms damage plus 50% for that one group. Holding taxes plus 32% is cracked. Plus the I don't know, blacksmith actually seems like it has a lot of future proof. It starts out kind of weak though. Initially, all right, ad just started. Bop. And then that, and then I'll be back in just a few minutes. Thanks for watching and hanging out. All right, not this song though. There we go. Yo. All right. We are back. Howdy gamers, and also howdy and thanks KJ for 56 months of sub. Who is people arriving on the scene again. Approaching 5 years. Gunty also dropping the prime. Hi Gunty. Not a giant. 3/4 of the way to a hundo. Welcome back for one more. Thank you Karth Vader for subbing. And good evening. Jobin says happy Monday. Man, it is taking a BRB right now. And it's so dark, and I'm just... What's weird is, it's only 1 hour darker outside in the US after this past Saturday night to Sunday. But for some reason, it's like tricked my brain into feeling even later. Like, it doesn't feel 1 hour darker. It feels like it should be 8:30 p.m. to me. And then I look over and it's like 5:30. It's had a weird effect on how I perceive time. Your commander has significantly improved. They have a +1 martial skill. Your Saburai's excellent martial skill led to this windfall. They gained the trait Military Engineer. To be honest, this guy is cracked. Too bad he's a deceitful vassal. The dishonorable zealot. He's a flexible leader, an aggressive attacker, and a military engineer. Those are all really good traits. Defensive advantage down, enemy casualties up. Yeah, it really does feel like 8:30 here, even though it's 5:30. I had the same feeling today, ate dinner at 4:45. Yeah, I'm normally the kind of person who doesn't eat dinner until like 8 to 9 p.m. And over the weekend, like yesterday, I ate dinner at like 5 p.m. Could just be only because of the time change. So it's like messed up my whole schedule. So I'm hungry right now for no reason. So in order to deal with that hunger, I of course consumed a small, tiny, fun-sized package of Skittles gummies, which I didn't know existed, that are left over from Halloween. That's my dinner. $300 gold. I was about to spend it, but I had to decide what. I think long-term blacksmith makes a lot of sense. Though I might be overvaluing it. I do like the extra 600 levies and cav bonuses from stables, because then you really get to leverage the cool men-at-arms, such as mounted samurai. I didn't pick these. I did. I think I brought the warrior monks with me, maybe? Or maybe they already had them. I don't know. Could really lean into the cav. Something that I think I'm gonna have to just choose between whether I want military or whether I want money in the future for this great nation. I think I'm just gonna go blacksmith. If I could guarantee that I could hold onto this position, then I'd probably go stables. What are mounted samurai considered? They're archer cav. Do they get any bonuses from light or heavy cav bonuses? I guess is the best question. I don't know. Probably not. I guess no. They're neither light nor heavy? Because light horsemen are light cav. Mounted samurai are archer cav. So screw the stables then. I'm going blacksmith. Start that build as well. All right, back to time. Let time pass. Hello, Poison BL. Thank you for pushing the button. I realized I hadn't pushed the button. Well, thank you for pushing it, and also thank you for sharing your Bezos Prime bucks. Those Skittle gummies are oddly good. They're decent. They're decent. They're not bad. I took a nap at 4 p.m. yesterday and woke up an hour later, but I thought I slept till 11. Yeah, I kept looking at the clock like, man, it feels like 3 hours later than it actually is. I was ready for a nap too. Your personal physician's getting a little smarter. Solid. All right, this guy is swayed completely. So who else on the noble family tree who is not on death's door? This is the leader of House Hoke, who was the leader before we were the leader. Demand an artifact that you have a claim on. Hold on, let's sway him first. Hey, give me that artifact. I need the, actually, to be honest, the Fujiwara Dynasty banner. I am the head of the house, right? And I am Fujiwara. You are his liege, and his military is weaker than yours. Because that's a prestige renown bonus. Yeah, I'm demanding that. Ooh, a new learning lifestyle perk. So we're currently in the later stages of our life, so we got medicine focus for a small health boost and anatomical studies for more consistent personal physician treatments. We're going from there to wash your hands. I think stress gain minus 20% is also good. Opt out of inheriting titles. I don't even know what that means. Wash your hands. Teeny bit of plague resist. Reduced chance of contracting illnesses for you in your court. For sure. You have become the owner of the Fujiwara Dynasty banner. And he lost 10 opinion of you. Insulted. Well, I mean, I'm the head of the the dynastic head, man. Plus, I'm gonna put it up in the court. Like, it's a court ornament. I don't want it there, though. The layout of this building and room is strange. We have like a trophy cabinet built into the wall over here for some reason, and then we just kind of sit off to the right, I guess. I guess I'll put it on the inside, but it feels weird that it's only facing me. But that's fine. A little court grandeur bonus as well. Now, where's that dude? Maybe I'm not done with you. You get an unpressed claim on the Fujiwara family? I'm confused by what I'm even clicking on here. Am I claiming their manor? I don't, am I claiming their manor? What is this? I don't think you're gonna have two manors. It is a manor. This is their manor. I didn't even know you could see other people's manors. I assume it would replace our manor. My manor is way cooler than theirs. It would be insane if we could just claim it and have two manors. That would be cracked. I just have a feeling that's not how it works. Has anybody in chat used the demand hostage to try to ensure they won't attack well? I feel like diplomatically swaying people to not attack you is just so much easier that I almost never need it. Probably never. Disinherit this dude. Attempt to challenge his status. That's gonna give me stress, right? No, not necessarily. Actually, you know what? Let's do that for this dude. Since he's got a faction, he wants to be installed as ruling region. I'm gonna challenge your status, bro. If successful, I gain influence, and he spins influence. He's only got 51. Should be easy, says the game. But I have to pick some proponents. But now that we're Kam Pak U, it should be pretty easy. Never mind. Nobody will accept. Only people that suck will accept. I'm not paying you 157. Man, convincing that for this is expensive. Okay, intermediary. Toshu Masaru. The socialite to reduce the amount of time that it takes instead of 2 months, looking for just the highest number that is willing to join. The compassionate gentleman Toshu Ariori. And as a bureaucrat, Ono Harukaze of House Ono, plus 100 rep. The parochial vassal. Okay. And then for secrecy, we actually have a good person in our court who's got elusive shadow and paranoia. Only 33% secrecy here, though. Not sure if it matters. Do I care if he knows? Hostages aren't reliable because the AI kills them at the drop of the hat and doesn't care if you have one. That's unfortunate. Okay, we're unpaused and cruising, accumulating money for unknown reasons. 54 years old, health is currently fine. We'll see how long that lasts. I need to accomplish something as Kam Pak U, chat. What should I try and accomplish? We could have a grand feast to celebrate our new rule. It doesn't really accomplish anything, but we could do it. I feel like as a steward, I might do an inspection. I don't know if I've ever done an inspection. Browsing the household library, I noticed one of its constituent tomes jutting from the shelf, as if hurriedly wedged into place. A book full of rather lurid illustrations that found its way into my possession, if I recall correctly. Suddenly, something clicks into place in my memory. Costco has been behaving oddly of late, spending an inordinate amount of time in the library. I wonder. Curiosity in such matters is entirely natural. She remains lustful. Diplomacy, education, lustful doesn't really go with that. This is worthy of maintaining restraint in the face of temptation, becomes chaste. Who are you betrothed to? Aren't you betrothed to the Otaki, who's now dead? So is that, do I even care about that betrothal? If I break it, what's the worst that could happen? How do I even do that? All family members of Fujiwara lose 30 for both us and Costco. So that's my entire family. I'm just gonna leave it as is. It's not worth breaking it to me. Anyway. I don't think I want my daughter to stay lustful. So, let's go chaste instead. Yeah, I can't in good conscience click the top option. Is this war over yet? This war is not over, but it's... I don't know, they might fight again. Currently, they're sieging. If the siege is successful, the war will probably end, and then we can look at changing the laws to do some long-term productivity. The metalsmith inspiration, he wants to forge regalia. He's considered a master by his peers. Well, that's real cool, but what if I told you that regalia is the one thing I do already have? And that if you could craft anything else, that would be better. So I don't really want to do that. Seems redundant and potentially a waste of money. Speaking of waste of money, feast time? Or perhaps we save up for a pilgrimage. Because if I can get my piety up high enough, then we could consecrate our bloodline. Which would give us a paragon seed. Who's this? Tsunonori? Kokushi Tsunonori of Izu has become a forter and got +1 martial. I probably should check on what my council's doing. I was thinking about not necessarily converting the faith. The piety +1 per month is helping us right now. My Beto and domestic affairs is good. My Kaori doing taxes is good, but I might want cultural acceptance. It's either that or we just want to convert everyone to Yamato, I don't know. Or just leave it alone. Train commanders versus... Train commanders is good, but I'm actually thinking if we can just increase control in all of the counties with low control, we could increase taxes because higher control is higher taxes. So let's actually get control up everywhere. Oh wait, I could actually have my Spy Master support my scheme right now. Increases success chance and some other things. Maybe speed as well. And then perhaps we want to spend some money on some other courtiers. We have a bunch of people here that we could add. We'll take a look at that. Your daughter has become generous thanks to the wet nurse. +3 diplomacy. She's, dude, all of my people keep getting like... It's kind of hard to focus on an intrigue education when you're getting things that are like virtues. It's hard to be a future spy master and be generous and benevolent at the same time. The latest work of my vassal, Toru, has become all the rage at court. The piece deals with memory and what we leave behind, and Toru has publicly dedicated it to me. A lament for the Kam Pak U. What man does not hope to rest when tired? In glorious memory, with hearts desired. And when their final hour nears, wonder, will life echo through the years? So far I've kept my thoughts to myself, but the buzz has grown too dramatic to ignore for much longer. Mod that replaces all Japanese poetry with haiku, win. I don't know how I feel about this. Toru, I can see this is truly heartfelt. Diplomacy challenge against Toru. 99% that it's mocked and he loses opinion with you. Or you gain 6 trade XP in Poet, you gain 20 opinion. Alright, that one. The poem is lauded. Vok, we had a pretty lengthy discussion about EU5 earlier, so I don't want to beat the dead horse. But the short answer was maybe. Possibly. We will see how I feel tomorrow. It looks like that there is a lot of game there to figure out, which can be a good thing, and it can also be a bad thing. EU5 looks so complicated that I'm not sure that the developers know how to explain to you how to play. Looking at EU5, and I was watching some other streams of Shin playing it and trying to figure it out, doing tutorials and stuff, and reading the tooltips and the hints page and their internal codex wiki. Chad, have you seen Parks and Rec? Where Adam Scott's character has invented his own board game? It's like it felt like watching that. The Cones of Dunshire. Yeah, it was like watching the Cones of Dunshire, where the creator of the game knows every single rule and how to play, but like nobody else can understand it. I am inspecting the barracks infirmary when a severely injured soldier is brought in. He's losing too much blood. Where is the physician? Harakage is nowhere to be found. A chill runs down my spine. I might be this man's only hope. Suddenly, as if he stepped out of thin air, my son and heir is at my side. Why does my son and heir have the lover's pox? You really are becoming like the guy I don't want to play as. He rolls up his sleeves and looks at me. Would you like a lot of stress, medium to large amount of stress, or die of stress? Holy shit, man. Being compassionate and just is the dumbest thing ever. Like, the traits that I have are the worst stress combo. And arrogant. This is I've never even seen an 168 stress modifier on something. I've never even seen it that high before. On any event. Stay back, this is my patient. Here's the thing. You gain 48 stress because you are compassionate, but I'm arrogant. So how is this a compassion check and not an arrogance check? Right? Okay, that's if you're unable to save him, then you gain stress. If you succeed, you gain no stress. Whereas this one, hand me the tourniquet, Tadayuki and I save the soldier, you gain 24 stress because you're arrogant. Look, we gotta go big or we go broke. Step back, this is my patient. 56% chance I gain 300 learning lifestyle XP. 44% chance I accidentally kill Sanamori and gain a bunch of stress. This is my patient. My patient screams and thrashes, even though 3 grown men weigh him down. Every step of the way is a battle. I work frantically, shouting orders over the chaos, but it is hopeless. The man grows weaker, his lifeblood gushing out over my fingers. As they carry off the body, Tadayuki looks at me with pity. If I had only, well, rip Sanamori. My arrogance killed him. So sad. Your son's learning has increased by 2 thanks to the tutor. And my other son, learning is up by 1. I'm starting to think that Kakushi Fujiwara Tokunaga is a genius. He is a genius. He got 36 learning. Smartest guy in Japan. And my daughter's martial went up by 2. My other daughter's stewardship went up by 1. Disco's kind of a super genius. She's gonna have double digits in 3 categories, and she's only 12. Still room to grow after the education kicks in. I have 404 gold. 404. I feel like I need to do a couple things that are difficult for me to sit down and do. One is look at the possibility of betrothing more characters to other characters. And that is such a vast pool of choices that is difficult to even start. Your court grander's back to level 8. Okay, that's good. We're approaching level 5 legitimacy. And we're approaching the next level of piety. I kind of just want to wait and see if the siege will successfully end the war. Your counselor died of cancer? That was my samurai. Drained the life out of him at 63. That sucks. We need a new samurai. Just make this 73-year-old dude a samurai. He's got kind of a big military, to be honest. I don't know why he's got 400 special soldiers. Bro, what is up with the giant... Every single lady who is a giant has the same chin and face. Like, look at her... And tell me this is not just an older version of our fourth spouse. I guess she's, well, actually, I take that back. They're almost the same age. She looks younger. Anyway, I might make this dude the samurai. He's got a respectable 20 martial. Or I could... Does anyone know? Oh, I moved this. Never mind, I'm stupid. I don't think there's any unhappy vassals. My diplomacy is so high. When I die, and so if my son took over, these guys would all be my enemy. But I won't be taking over after. I'm gonna do it. Let him don his ancestral warrior's armor one last time. Pilgrim, Kakushi, reckless, rough terrain expert. He's gallant, a strategist, temperate, content, and compassionate. Honestly, solid choice, in my opinion. Meanwhile, at the siege. Siege successful. As the top candidate, you have been appointed the governor of the Kuni of Kawachi. What? Oh, because they took it back. They took it back via the war. That's like right outside the royal palace, man. So now that the war is done, could I go to the realm laws and change disarmament to imperial pacification? And allow the declaration of external wars? I could! I could. I don't think we've been swaying this guy very effectively. Why did I must have stopped swaying him on accident. That would explain it. To be honest, though, we're only getting whatever his opinion is. We get 1/3 of that in vassalage acceptance. So he'll pretty much never join us. Of his own free will. This guy's arbitrary, cynical, and ambitious. You're swaying the heir? Yeah, it's because he is incapable with a severe health penalty and 72 years old. So I was swaying the guy beneath him for when he died, the other guy takes over. We've already got a good relationship with the new ruler of Sugaru. But I was swaying both of them at one point. So do I go to war? Probably. Probably. Kakushi Suneo's claims. Chat, give me 1 sec. My nose is killing me, and I need to get a different box of tissue real quick. Hold on. Yo, what's up? I'm back. Oh. Hey, what's up, gamers? OOTP Developments. Hello, thanks for the raid. Hope you had a lovely stream. Thanks for coming in. Sorry, I timing always gets me. Playing a different kind of spreadsheet simulator today. Ancient Japan versus the world. Sometimes versus itself. But how are you doing? Thanks for coming over once again. Hope you're all having a nice start to your week on this Monday. Post daylight savings time here in America. Still trying to get my my bearings a little bit. And it's good to see you guys again. But a shout out to Out of the Park Developments. Looking forward to seeing what's coming next down the pipe in the new rendition of my favorite baseball simulator. So go check them out. Catch some of the next streams, and maybe, I guarantee you that Out of the Park is an easier game to learn than Europa Universalis 5. That's my personal guarantee. Low count. Oh, yeah, I need to increase county control. I don't know what to do with this new county. So there was a war here, a small one, but a war nonetheless, between a vassal who was basically rebelling against the government, but is still a vassal. So they were still kind of under the crown, but a criminal while doing so. Kind of an interesting situation with historical Japan there. Samurai who don't want to bow down before the regent in quite the same way as they do under the Ritsuyo government type, which we currently have. We are the ruling regent of Japan, and we kind of exercise our power on behalf of the emperor, who is a person of note and power from more of a ceremonial position than one who has actual ability to effect change on Japan as a whole. So it's more of a prestige position, but its power capacity is very hollow. So one of the things we could try to do in Japan in the game is try and basically become the heir to the imperial throne and simultaneously the ruling regent, and unify both titles under one leader. So that would be one of our goals, potentially, though I don't really know how to do that from this position. So that would be interesting. Tox, would you be interested in creative player for season 3? I can't post links, but I'm happy to share a link for you. Yeah, just hit me up via DM. Just DM me, and I'll take a look. But thanks for coming over one more time. Always a pleasure. Is this still our original dude? It is still our original dude. Indeed it is. Somehow. He's still alive. So my counselor is currently increasing control down here, but this one's going to be a significantly worse county control. 11 years left to increase control. I think he's going to die before he manages to accomplish that. So we'll see how that goes. But I also have a second title now, because this county has fallen back under the authority of the crown after being stripped from the Soryo criminal who was holding it before. So now I can choose either to keep it for myself for a bit, or I could give it to somebody else. Possibly, it'd be great to give it to a family member, but I unfortunately don't have any children who are old enough to receive such a gift. If I choose to hold on to it, then it will simply pass from my control upon my death to the next person who will inherit the crown. Chat, does anybody here want a county? But yeah, I genuinely don't know how to become the Tenno, because it would have to be someone born of the Imperial bloodline, right? Who is also my player heir. So the only way to do that seems impossible. It would have to be a situation in which, and I'm talking about without using the options to choose an heir. I'm talking about don't click choose an heir, because anybody could do that. That's not special. Becoming your designated heir, your eldest. The only way to do that would be a matrilineal marriage, in which your daughter, because I can't magically make myself imperial. So you have to marry into an existing bloodline. And so it would have to be something really extreme, like I marry my son to the emperor's daughter and then kill off the rest of their siblings. It's pretty much it. Could you rebel and take over as a new dynasty? I'm sure, but I'm talking about like interesting ways to play the game and not just I declare war on everyone and assassinate everyone. I want different gameplay. You can do that as anybody in Crusader Kings. It's not special. Like I'm talking about there's not any RP way to do it without and have your heir as a player be the emperor without just normal assassinate everybody or go to war as a claimant going to war as a claimant faction doesn't even make any sense. So what, you're changing the ceremonial bloodline to your bloodline and just saying that is now the emperor's bloodline? Yeah, that's what I'm thinking modified. It seems like being Tenno first and then becoming Kam Pak U is the only way to do that. But I don't think otherwise it would be possible to marry into the Imperial bloodline and then have that player heir without cheese. And starting as the Tenno is boring to me. If I could go back and do it again, I wouldn't have even started in Bichu. I didn't realize that I was picking someone from the Fujiwara clan who is the ruling regent clan of Japan, so I feel like it was kind of handed to me a little bit. I would have picked some no-name mofo who doesn't have any clout whatsoever and has like an awful family and try and get that going. So I, no offense to my starting province of Bichu. But anyway, yeah, I don't know. If the Emperor had cool events, I think it'd be interesting. I'm not sure if he does or not. I am not sure. But I can't really conceive of a way other than a matrilineal marriage, or the Emperor only has one daughter and no sons, or like daughters and no sons. And then you marry into that with one of your sons without assassinating everybody all along the way. Your daughter has been educated by the tutor and increased their martial skill. Yo, Costco has 13 diplomacy and 13 martial skill with a diplomacy education on the way. She could become a warlord. More noble families popping up out of nowhere. Okay, we need to slow down, do a couple things. Do we not already have enough influence to petition the Tenno? Tenno is currently busy meditating. Because we can petition to have a royal marriage into the ceremonial house, which I'm not certain. We already have done that. Shino Yamato Sukune of the Chrysanthemum Throne is betrothed to Disco. So we already have a intermarriage, and that is, by the way, to the heir to the throne. He is the heir. So our daughter is already in position to become the emperor's wife here. So like that's already happening, but not matrilineally, just a regular one. And then this son is 10, still got plenty of time for a betrothal, but let's like sort by prestige gain out of curiosity and see what is the most prestigious. It's just like a guy from Hitachi. So there's really nothing prestige gain. Alliance power, there's the duchy. We just need to position our other sons for governorships in the future, and that's pretty much it. All right, who do I want to give this county to? I forget what button it is. There it is. We could try and hold on to it until one of our sons comes of age and then give it to him. Nepotism? I guess I could just hold on to it for the nepotism play for a bit, or I could give it to somebody who's unhappy. Why is it playing like action music? All right, the other thing is we need to go to war. The other thing is we need to go to war. I do have a question though, chat. Does anyone know the answer to this question? If I make a men-at-arms regiment, is this just for the crown? So if I die, all the men-at-arms stay, or are they mine? Because like, what happens when what happens to these men-at-arms when I die? Because I didn't make mounted samurai. I didn't make light footmen. I only made warrior monks. So where did the other ones come from? We're just gonna time out people who aren't listening, who answer the question incorrectly. Hello, Gamer Death Pop. Is this the base game or all the DLCs? Of course it's all the DLCs, you silly goober. Do you think anybody is streaming Crusader Kings 3 right now with all vanilla in Japan? If so, do you recommend buying the DLCs? No, I don't recommend buying the DLCs at all. I would recommend buying vanilla only if it's on sale, and then you just play that into your board, and if you actually play it so much that you're bored and you want DLCs, then buy DLCs. But I wouldn't recommend most of the DLCs for Crusader Kings 3, to be honest. If you don't make it to the point of being bored after hundreds of hours in vanilla, then you just saved yourself a bunch of money anyways. Anyway, chat, let me explain why this is not my army and the provincial armies are not the armies of the crown. My armies are not 6,000 levies, okay? I do not have 6,000 levies. These are the levies of all of my combined forces under the crown as the regent of Japan. Likewise, I did not ever create 2 out of 3 of these men-at-arms regiments. Those were inherited once I got the position of regent. My provincial armies as the Empire of Japan also includes siege crossbows and 2 groups of mounted samurai. And can have 2 more men-at-arms. But all provincial armies, we have no military strength because as regent, they go under my personal levies. It is a strange system. Hence, I'm not sure what is going to happen if I personally acquire men-at-arms and what is going to pass to my son upon his inheritance of POV character when my character dies. It is unclear. So I'm just going to increase the one that I already know is mine, the warrior monks, with some piety. But no, I don't want to do that because it's actually taking piety per month, which I currently want to accumulate. It might actually be right to completely disband the warrior monks in order to gain more piety. But I would need to replace them with something else. I don't know, man. It's tough out here. It's tough out here. But anyway, we need to declare war. So I'm just going to do it. Give me the laws. This is going to piss everybody off in my vassals. My imperial policy is no longer disarmament. Question, why is the screen so big? It's huge. Were they anticipating dozens of imperial policies to fit in here? It's a massive screen. So we're losing the development growth. It is going to be cheaper to recruit men-at-arms after that. Imperial pacification will actually make them cheaper, so it wouldn't be a bad time to do that shift. Armory and stable domicile buildings are cheaper. Unlocks a new pacification casus belli. Allows declaration of external wars. How often can you change this law? So this is going to cost me 500 prestige, which is not small, but I'm doing it anyway. Flanked by my courtiers and attendants, I stoically watch over the officials' scribbles and stamps as they finalize my new policy for all the empire. Messengers will soon be dispatched to all corners of Japan heralding the Tenno's decree. In times of need, Japan has justly defended itself by extending the frontiers of the country. Once more, we must press forward. Just so. Just so. That's real bad news if you're Suguru. Real bad news. Because it is de jure part of us. So, we probably want to just go for... How are we seizing a duchy title from a count? I don't even know how that works, because there is no Duchy of Suguru. My claims and I gain the contested title for 300 prestige is option 1. I don't know why we would do a holy war. Other rulers may join the war. We don't want that. County expansion. 400 prestige and influence. Oh my. We probably just want the county title. It'd be the cheapest, right? 200 prestige. This is the Chiho of Mutsu, which we already have. All right, I'm just gonna do the county because I'm confused. Let's just lock it in. Sorry, brother. You gotta do what you gotta do. And then we want a new rally point as far north as possible and raise everyone. Okay, maybe not everyone because of supplies. We could probably win this with just our men-at-arms. They have 500 levies and 100 riders. Let's see how many men-at-arms this is. Yep, honestly might be oh, they have 1,350 people. They got more than I thought they did. Did they hire some mercenaries? How many people is the local army gonna be? We have 764 all elite men-at-arms. He was like, oh, wait a second. Not a great idea. Bloomery's building constructed. The blacksmith. Throughout the countryside, smoke rises from the Bloomery's simple structures with walls made of heat-resistant clay and stone, where a mix of charcoal and crushed iron is added from the open top to make sponge iron. I need to station my men-at-arms. We have the samurai station. Where can the footmen? There. Oh, you can't station them while they're raised, of course. So supply-wise, supply limit is 3,770. How do you tell how many supplies your dudes need? Oh, yeah, we got way too much. $4,700 levies, 200 warrior monks, 300 spears, 250 mounted samurai, and 10 siege crossbows. So I'm gonna split off a new army that features certainly all the knights. Can I not separate the 4,700 levies? All right, whatever. I guess we're just going. You guys stay here. You guys. Actually, if everybody groups up, this will go a little smoother. Not now. In my attempts to align Sadatoshi, I found an opportunity. You know what? I don't even care about you anymore. I'm taking your land. We're like swaying him while he rides to war against us because he's their marshal. But I gained 75 prestige. He loves me. He respects the hell out of me, even though we're about to go mop the floor. Also, we're challenging this dude. We got 95%. Execute the scheme. Cover every angle. Let me see what happens here. In the past months, I haven't wasted a single occasion to make Masada look like a fool. I tricked him into making blunders at court, outshone him in the knowledge of classics, and led him into supporting untenable financial measures just to sweep in and correct him. After a very successful religious debate in which I skillfully made it seem like Masada was promoting heretical beliefs, I consider myself satisfied with the results. He spends 145 prestige. You get that's a lot of prestige. That's a lot of prestige. I mean, not prestige, influence. Sorry, wrong word, but it's true. That's a lot of influence. That's almost 3 years of influence that we just gained. And it reduces his powerful family. How long is this trip gonna take, man? All right, you guys just go in. Oh no, it's December. Are we marching through the snow? Is that why this is taking so long? Your guru has died. You know what else has died? The screen of non-turbo, non-subs. Because the ad is starting right now. Oh, it probably just started. Perfect time to invade in the north. They'll never expect it. Bizok the Gamer, thank you for the 23 months of sub. I appreciate it. Hello, Bizok. And thank you, Anonymous, for gifting a sub to Dr. Dynastic. Very generous of you both. And thanks for supporting the stream. All right, while the ad is going, I'm going to take a very, very, very quick beer beat for some allergy meds. Hang tight. Yo. We're back. I had to get a little bite to eat. I'm hungry. And some water. But I return. We back. Hello, one-yenners. Are we Shogun yet? No, Shogun is our... what's the word I'm looking for? If a Shogun exists, then we have lost and failed. A Shogun is our ideological opposite. That's what I want to say. We are the Kam Pak U. It's amazing that with an army that size, you're still in the black each month. Yeah, we're still net positive income. We, 800s Japan was rolling in cash, is the moral of this story, I think. You will probably win. Who's the... Man, imagine this dude, 73 years old, poor health, just got made samurai after the last samurai died, and he's being called into war with his 29 commander advantage. Never back down. Friendly fatal casualties minus 20%. Chivalry focus as well. This would probably be an honor for him. I'm not sure why his giantess spouse is severely wounded. No idea what happened there. But we are marching in. They're defending in the mountains. They have defensive buildings and more men-at-arms counters. Listen. How is this only a probably situation? How is this not gonna be decisive? Bowmen counter skirmishers, which I understand. And they have like 400 bowmen. So I guess that's a lot of bowmen. That's true. That is a lot of bowmen. We have 250 mounted horse archers and knights, and then raw numbers. I think the mountain is the main thing that's killing us here. Here we go. So we start off with a massive tug-of-war advantage. The Battle of Suguru. 5,500 summoned to fight 1,350. The warrior monks enjoy fighting in the mountains, so it's favorable terrain for them. Our light footmen are only dealing 52% damage because they're bowmen, and the mounted samurai don't fight in the mountains very well, but they have crazy damage. We have 4 knights, Tsunenori, Okamine, Fusunori, and Takamochi. Their riders love the mountains, which is crazy, and their bowmen are good against our light footmen. And their defender also has 29 commander advantage. So it's honestly a historical fight for this campaign. Like, these are two, they're evenly matched in excellence. But we are taking the numbers of Japan and trying to eke out a victory here with only 4,000 extra people fighting in January when the snow is at its peak. Like, we've already had 700 casualties. I don't know if this is a strategically sound choice here. A secret exposed. My acquaintance Fusako has had an affair with her soulmate. Well, I mean, it's her soulmate, so who cares? I don't see what the fuss is about. Nobody in Japan cares about this at all. We just have to overwhelm them with numbers. One of our knights wounded their knight. That's always something you want to see. Kakushi Nagamine has wounded the enemy commander. Wow, we are wounding their commanders, dude. Both of them are gone. No, the dude himself took the wound. All right, the only people left are there one knight. One knight is holding down. All right, a victory, and now we try and take down as many of them as we can as they retreat. You gained a level of devotion. Victory, a slaughter at Suguru. Of the 5,500 we brought in, we took 586 losses to their 993. See the details here. Our mounted samurai are cracked. 592 kills for the mounted samurai is truly incredible. They are untouchable. They lost 10. 592 kills to 10 losses. Machine gun bows on that archer calf. I think the main thing is their pursuit score. They probably get a bunch. When you win, you basically chase down the enemy and inflict more fatal casualties on them. And the mounted samurai, once they retreat, probably just pop off. Our levies are there to kind of be fodder, but we lost fewer than they did. Our footmen killed 107 to 23 losses. Our knights killed 31. Did they nerf the knights? Because they used to be way, way more crazy. Warrior monks did okay. Nothing special. Their knights got 107 kills. What the hell? Yo, why did my knights get 31 kills and their knights got 107? We had twice as many knights as them. And my knights have 22 prowess. 20 prowess, 18 prowess, and 6. My lowest prowess knight is higher than their highest prowess knight. So I don't understand that at all. I guess because they're defending. Anyway, the way that knights work in Crusader Kings has always been stupid, and I've always hated it. So I guess that hasn't really changed. Just because there's more levies on my side doesn't mean that their knights should be able to kill 107 people split across 2. Those are the kind of numbers that you would find in a historical fiction game that is more fiction than history, a la Three Kingdoms Total War. That's like when you get like the hero units out on the battlefield in Three Kingdoms. Dynasty Warrior Knights. Yeah, they got Guan Yu out there. Anyway. Lubu. Don't speak that Total War game. It's a travesty. You think one of the best Total War games ever made is a travesty on the Total War series? The only travesty is how bad Three Kingdoms makes all the other Total War games look. That's the travesty. They made one really good one, and they were like, you know what? Let's just make DLC forever for 40K. Not 40K, the other one. You cannot rage bait me? I mean, stay mad, I guess. Three Kingdoms is awesome. That's possibly my favorite Total War. Did they improve the AI in Total War? It's a Total War game. It's a Total War game, brother. It doesn't matter which one it is. Warhammer fans think every Total War but Warhammer sucks when it's average. That's true. Total War Warhammer peaked at 2, and 3, in my opinion, was mildly fun, but it felt like visiting grandpa at the old folks' home. You know what I mean? Like you kind of go because you're obligated, but you're not. You're doing it for them, not for you. You're sticking with it because you've already got so much invested in DLC that you kind of have to keep going. The sunk cost fallacy. You better retreat out of here. We might have to split some of this army. Because we're gonna... How fast? Minus 10 supplies per month? Nah, we could do it. Especially with the siege equipment. Having the siege weapons is crazy. But yeah, like, I like Total War Warhammer. I enjoy them. It's just... Wow, you already can assault the fort? We're not gonna assault the fort yet, but they've already, like, cracked it open? But are you gonna play Dispatch? Probably not. It looks like it has good moments, but I don't think it's my kind of writing. The way that, like, Dispatch, for me, I only saw a little bit of it, but the writing is too irony poisoning coded for me. Is how I would describe it. I wouldn't describe it as slop. I don't like the generic use of slop for everything. Slop is just the new mid. You know what I mean? We just found a new word. And now we're locked in. It's got that we're all in on the joke vibe. Kind of. It's hard to, it's difficult to describe. Images of... This is gonna sound weird, but do you guys know when something just has too much? I'm not trying to sound like a prude or like I don't also do this to some degree, but you know when something has like too much swearing in it that it feels like it's trying really hard to appeal, like it's I don't know what. Like, every single character describes every single sentence as something. Like, I'm not like your cousin who just learned how to swear. There is such a thing as too much. Suicide Squad energy. Instill virtue. Who's teaching who? That's just my people in my court. Lady Kamachi gets the trait Diplomat. Ooh, that's really great. That is really great. She got a +3 diplomacy, plus influence per month. I think she's boosting my diplomacy as well. So when her diplomacy goes up, so does her bonus to me. So that's nice. Yeah, like swearing as filler words all the time. I don't know if there's a name that's sort of a catch-all for that. I don't know why I'm on 1x speed either, but for the battle. My son Gribinori is temperate, generous, and honest, which is crazy. Those are like 3 virtuous traits. The holiest child is learning martial. Lord Regent, a local merchant, has a copy of the compendious book on calculation by completion and balancing. Okay, but refuses to sell it to me. If you make him see the error of his ways, I'd be in your debt. Lose 225 gold. Holy. This book sounds interesting. You buy it for yourself. This sounds like a you problem. This is my personal physician and Osho. That does kind of sound like a you problem, brother. I don't know if I need 1 learning and 50 learning lifestyle XP. 50's not a lot out of 1,000. That's a you problem, my dude. We got smarter anyway. I think the way that if I had to describe it differently for that game that I already forgot the name of. Diplomacy up. I would say it's not a case of swearing too much. It's a case of trying to make swearing the punchline of your jokes. Which I think is an issue with joke writing. Dispatch. Yeah. The dispatch. Where instead of constructing a joke and having it make sense from a either setup payoff or just contextually funny, it's like swear shock value is the funny. You make it sound like it has way more... Maybe I just watched a really particularly heavy part of the game, Retrograde, but it was bothering me in a 5-minute window. I don't even think there was that much swearing. It's also very possible we have different thresholds for that, where it becomes noticeable. Like yours might not be the same as mine. I'm trying to find like... I don't know if the Steam page. I'm not sure if this is going to be like if this is a PG trailer or not a PG trailer. Because obviously if it's a PG trailer, then I won't be able... All right, let me see. We're getting way sidetracked here, but that's kind of what we do. This is just on the Steam page, so I assume there's no spoilers in this for people who care about that. I don't care.
So, Shroud dupes you into a trap where he destroys the Mecha Man suit
If they don't swear in this whole trailer, then it's a PG trailer.
and puts you in a coma for months.
I didn't hear a question in there.
Does this mean you're finished?
Can you repair your
Mecha Man!
Up next, is Mecha Man a mecha quitter?
Figured my story would always end in that suit.
It's time for you to accept that you don't got it anymore. We need you behind that desk to help actual heroes. Now, get your flat ass off my bench.
Looks like the Red Ring was behind this.
No problemo.
Can I get ice down here?
Got it. I need you guys to focus.
Heard the team scuffling with the Red Ring.
We are bound to bother them at some point.
If you poke the hive, you're gonna have to fuck the queen.
That's not how bees work. But if we kill the queen, we rot the hive.
You would do that. Kill Shroud.
I'm flying blind, can't see anything.
Busy, look out!
You wanna get people hurt? Get people killed?
A real hero puts their ass on the line.
Come on!
Just be careful, kid. The answers are out there if you just listen to the wind.
I don't know, it just doesn't do anything for me. Just doesn't do anything for me. So, I don't know. That's the first time I've actually sat down and watched a trailer. I feel dead inside? I don't feel dead inside. I just feel like... I mean... It definitely has a... I'm too old for this shit is how I feel. But I feel like it's a weird self-reflection thing where the main character looks like he's too old for his shit, but I'm too old for his shit. Because, like, fart joke plus urinal thumbnail equal, like, I feel like I am too old, but he feels like he's too old. You know what I mean? Like, And on the like about this screen, the second picture is like kiss her or don't kiss her. Like I don't, dude. I just don't. Why are you doing? Never mind. Never mind. Never mind. Anyway. It has quite the VA cast. Yeah, it's like the Critical Role people, which I've never watched Critical Role. So I don't know anything about it. Dude, what the hell? Your vassal created a faction. My new samurai, who I just handed reins of an entire army to go take northern Japan under our control, created a faction against me and then instantly disbanded it. That's kind of... He just like accidentally sent that text message. He misclicked. Your daughter's been taught by Kikuchi Tokunaga. Disco? Why is Disco sick? She's ill? Help her! A lot of my courtiers gaining valued diplomatic courtier +2 diplomacy plus prestige per month. Excellent. 2 of our spouses. Anyway, I also think that the game that we were just looking at, I've already forgotten the name of it. Dispatch. I'm not saying that as an insult. I just genuinely have a forgetful mind and I forget everything. That is not a slight against the game. What was I gonna say? I'm breaking down in real time. Somebody needs to get some like Tin Man oil out and grease the joints, man. Making a stylized animated superhero comedy is kind of a choice in an era where animated superhero comedy already exists in pop culture. So it doesn't immediately stand out to me from like a foundational perspective. If you said that about Invincible's what I'm thinking of though. Like that is already the thing that's established somewhat in pop culture. The MC reminds me of Spider-Verse Peter Parker. I could see that. So yeah, I wouldn't have said that about Invincible because Invincible's the one that I'm thinking of that kind of started it. Along with Spider-Verse, yeah. You know, and there's no monopoly on superheroes, but it has to be tonally different. And to me, it's kind of similar to Invincible humor. But I haven't watched Invincible past season 1, to be honest. Because they took like 4 years to put out season 2, and then I forgot about it. Siege successful? The game seems like the highlight is superhero management, not the writing, but it's like, aren't the episodes like Telltale length episodes? There can't be that much management gameplay. It's just a storyline that's on rails. And with a couple choices that you make along the way, right? Just like the Telltale games, which I enjoyed. Mostly. Greetings, Kam Pak U, Fujiwara, Arasada of Japan. Your wisdom and mercy are legendary. You are a much greater foe than I imagined. To be honest, he put up a good fight. I respect him for it. You got a weak hook favor on Kikuchi Tsuneo. Gain 40 fame. Your allies share 400 prestige based on their contribution. All of your Glory Hound vassals gain 10 opinion of you for 10 years. Kikuchi Tsuneo got the county tier province. Okay, see, that's not what I was expecting. But it's fine because we have a system. I didn't expect this dude to get a second county. I'm not sure how that happened. Probably my war choice at the beginning. But it wasn't really clear. Either way, when he dies, it should have its own succession line anyhow, so it'll sort itself out. And look at that. The main island. That's the mark that we have left on Japan, even if we die. One successful war. Now, I don't even know the first thing about how to go up here. In the mountains. A governor declares fiefdom. Soryo has adopted Soryo government. You lost 25 opinion of them. Crime allows you to rightfully imprison them. Okay, so this one's an actual criminal. It's possible that the other Soryo got permission from their liege, and that's why we couldn't imprison them legally. But you gain 20 stress because you're compassionate. But I can imprison him without being viewed as a tyrant. So we need to lose some stress first. Anyway, the only choice-based game that I'm interested in that's like a story game is I need to go back and actually play the I think I bought it somewhere. I don't know if I bought it or not. The Expanse game. And they're making a new Expanse game, aren't they? But it's not necessarily like the same kind. We could do a tea ceremony. We haven't done one in a while. Prepare a cup of tea and reduce your stress. It soothes the soul or seals companionship. Notify when decision becomes available. You lost 32 stress. Grow closer to forming a friendship with your Osho and personal physician, and he gains 15 opinion. Very cool. Tasty tea. Served perfect tea. This character served a perfect pot of tea, at least according to those attending. They probably lied to me. General opinion plus 10 for 5 years is kind of crazy, though. That plus 10 is pretty good. Owlcat is making an Expanse RPG. I don't dislike Owlcat. I think they're cool. And it seems like a lot of people like them, but I just couldn't. I haven't been able to get into an Owlcat RPG yet. So I'm curious how I'll feel about the Expanse one. We got 560 gold. Income's back up now that we've disbanded all the troops. I need to figure out where to spend my money. Have you played Pathfinder? I've not played Pathfinder. Whoops. There we go. Food taster vacated. Died of his wounds. I don't think any of our knights were injured in that battle. So I'm not sure where his wounds came from. But we might need to replace some courtiers now. No one is here for Guru. Which is unfortunate. Because Guru is a piety bonus and stress loss based on their aptitude. Man, I have no idea how to get more. I guess they have to be a wise man. Let's take a look at some of these open spots like Food Taster. Food Taster just helps prevent hostile schemes in the form of poisoning. Let's go with Yoshihiro, my courtier. I feel like making a vassal of Food Taster doesn't make any sense. It would be someone at the court, not just a random vassal, I think. Yoshihiro is chaste, trusting, and wrathful. A flamboyant trickster, yes. But his intrigue skill actually helps. And trusting helps as well. He's got a plus 82 opinion of us. Serving perfect tea helped. Let's go scheme discovery chance. Plus 7%. No, I'm actually not going to pick that. Artificers have a chance to gain inspiration based on aptitude? No one. Average bodyguards. Good executioner. Executioner's dread gain? We're not really that kind of liege. It'd be good to have a court poet, though, especially in Japan. Stress loss and grandeur may randomly become inspired. But it'll cost prestige and a little gold. I feel like giving court poet to a high-ranking vassal, forgiving, craven, and just, but is a poet. They're beginner poets, but they're poets. Look at Toshu Tadami. He's a drunkard. Okay, maybe Chisato. Excellent diplomat. Cynical, chaste, content. High almoner. I need a monthly piety. I mean, my Osho could also be that, or we could spread it out to make our other vassals happy, especially if they are the type of vassal that is the court-focused one. My half-brother? Nah, someone who's good. These are all 15% piety. Let's go Yoshinori. Scholarly fellow. The High Almoner, in charge of distributing alms to deserving poor and subjects in need. The Royal Architect is building construction time for everything. Personal champion who can fight for you. The Chronicler is renowned. I think I'm okay with the absence of some of these just to save some money. Costco's diplomacy has increased by 2. Chad, I don't want to alarm you, but Costco's education in diplomacy hasn't even finished yet, and she's at 16 diplomacy. She's going to be the true leader of Japan. And your seneschal has died of old age. Speaking of court positions, my brother-in-law and vassal, the Honorable Craven. Guest opinion up for everyone. Control in realm capital and legitimacy up to 0.7 per month. That's pretty good. All right, Kakushi, Kiyotaki, Aratsune. You are not in because I can't click you. There we go. Yeah, it's good legitimacy gain that you can't see. It seems like just solid points here all around. And it'll make him much happier because he is a courtly vassal with his little goblet next to his name. So he respects being put in the court even more than usual. You can station your men-at-arms. You can declare 10 wars. That's true. We did just change the entire law, so we should just possibly do more wars while we can. You can pardon your vassal or lawfully imprison them. We have a lot to do. Jeffmer, thank you for the 56 months. Hello, welcome back. Thanks for subbing. The Parkside also for big 85 freaking months. And also the double sub. Thanks for the 2 subs in 1. Very much appreciated. Zidian also gifting a sub. Thanks for the gifto. And welcome to the stream. Good evening. Trying to figure out how to make something of our time as leader. Lady Kamachi is now gregarious? She got a 4th trait? That is very rare. The gregarious, sadistic, ambitious, forgiving Queen Regent. In a manner of speaking. 24 diplomacy from House Ono. What block are they in? They're in the Yoshimine block. Alright, if I try to imprison this guy, what's the worst that could happen? Lose some opinion? See what he says. We'll deal with our internal issue first before looking at war outside. War declared. Greetings, benevolent Kam Pak U Arasada. Blessings on you and your house. There is no recourse other than battle. Allies have joined the war against the tyranny of Kam Pak U Arasada. Motozane declared war on you. So we have just 20 allies. Automatically in the war versus this dude and his 393 soldiers. You know how it goes. So we will simply create a rally point here in Tajima and just raise our men-at-arms, and like that should easily be enough. You will win decisively. He's trying to get away. My men-at-arms will put down these peasants! My warrior monks and mounted samurai can handle this. Our Bushi maimed their knight. Chaos. Wait. What's going on here? Guy just died. Your guaranteed protection law is no longer valid and was replaced by conditional join. Top liege will always be the defending war leader in wars for any title of the realm. Now it's all title holders can be targeted by wars declared by other rulers. Top liege will not be involved in those wars on declaration. Top liege can still join using protect vassal interaction. This law is enacted automatically if the top liege's highest held title is hegemony rank, realm size 160 or more, house unity is antagonistic, or defending a war leader in a civil war. The defending war leader. Okay. Now we got a siege. Mounted samurai lost 1, killed 104. 2 of their Bushi died. That's crazy. Mounted samurai go crazy chasing them down to make sure they don't come back and fight again. I don't know where all of our allies are going, but we got this under control with our siege weapons. Someone joined the beat you block. It kind of almost looks like the United Nations symbol. If you don't look at it directly. 3 family members? Also, Sunian, thanks for 56 months. Ace Tech, thank you for 86 months. And the tier 2 sub. Another double sub. Thanks for going above and beyond. You have swayed as much as you can. Your daughter falls ill with consumption. Oh no. Racked with a bloody cough caused by cold humors in the lungs, Costco suffers consumption. Not my genius diplomat daughter. -2 diplomacy, 1 stewardship. She's still in fine health, apparently. Severe health penalties to child, elderly, and regular. That's not good. I need to find some more people to sway. We're not doing any personal schemes, and it feels like it's difficult to decide who. How do we create the Emir Kingdom title? You don't. I control 0 of 12 required counties. Chad, I don't want to alarm you, but the Holy Roman Empire actually exists now. Emperor Louis, the stammerer of the Holy Roman Empire. Stuttering congenital trait. Aspiring blade master. And they're French. They're Carlings. Sweden is also getting huge. We got the Arabian Empire down here instead of the Abbasids. This is a mouthful, man. Malik al-Muazzim al-Mutamid ibn al-Mutawakkil of Arabia. I don't know if I could say that again. Can you check who's ruling Bulgaria? King Boris of the Bulgarsko house. Prince Simeon is their heir. Queen Marija of Bulgaria. Anywho. I need to figure out who to sway. That's what I was trying to do. Who would be some good targets to sway besides noble families who are almost universally like us? I'll start swaying both of these guys, I guess. I can have 2 schemes, which is cool. Who's in charge of Tang? Wangdi Li? Dude, CUI? I don't know how to pronounce that. The Cruel of Tang. Covetous blackguard, 50 years old, a poet, a profligate, drunkard, administrator who is an eager reveler, arbitrary, lustful, and lazy. How did this dude climb the ranks? This guy sucks. New learning perk available. Gotta get that Iron Constitution. Disease resistance, fertility 30%, probably doesn't matter. Disease resistance, health, massive boost. Iron Constitution time. All right, we're sieging the criminal scum. Burnt Heat, here's your normal tier 1 sub to reset expectations for the next guy. Thank you. My expectations are already at 0, by the way. But yeah, thanks for another one. Chat, we have 700 Gs. I think we should gun for the major decision that we have as a possibility if I can get a high enough piety rank, which we must have just gotten, but I didn't see a notification. Because we're devoted servant now. Sinner, dutiful, faithful, devoted servant, paragon of virtue is the next one. So if I can get 2,000 points, then paragon of virtue should let me... No, I have to be religious icon. That seems tough. So I need 2 more. I don't think I'm gonna be able to lock that in before I die. Like, obviously I can do a pilgrimage. Pilgrimage and ritual sacrifice could get me part of the way there. Pilgrimage is 800 Gs on average, is what it says. We'll have to check out how much it's actually going to cost. Go on a little trip. Take care of this first. How do all my counselors feel about me after the 30 debuff for Imperial pacification? They're chilling. They are chilling. All at like 100. And there's no faction against me. Hostile faction disbanded. Bam, right there. A secret truth has reached the light of day. My mistress of the horse, Mariko, has had an affair with her soulmate, and no one cares. Have we nothing more important to attend to? Japan does not care about infidelity at all. So it is not a secret that you can use as a blackmail hook. And we have found almost only one other secret that mattered in the entire game. Your son has got a learning increase. They need a lot more than that. But it's a nice start. Tutor OP? Tutor kind of OP, dude. Your daughter also gets +1 learning, Tesco. I like this. I like just all the stats going up. This dude is a super genius, and he's in poor health. I'm gonna be sad when he dies. You just gained 229 gold? Your steward's excellent skill has led to this windfall. I am surrounded by geniuses. Japan may never be this well coherently, cohesively led again. Approaching 1,000 Gs. Courtiers are gaining diplomatic traits. We need to be able to stay alive long enough for our other children to get old enough to try to get them a governorship, or at least in line for a governorship. That would be best case scenario. Your son Jamaransu gains a learning as well. Siege complete. House relations deteriorate because you imprisoned the baby. Tutor educates a child. Don't imprison the baby. And then Shigeyoshi. That should do it. Demands enforced. We gain more legitimacy. Climbing the ranks. So who gets that house? Do I have to strip it? Ad starting soon. How's it been an hour already? You can revoke his title without being viewed as a tyrant. Yeah. I don't care what Japan probably would not have stripped the title from you. They probably would have just given you back and told you to do better. Something family line. But this is not that. This is not that kind of inheritance. This is not feudal. So it's not your county. So in that case, we could strip it from you since it's going to be taken from you anyways after your death, right? Okay, we're back to guaranteed protection. Revoke the title. We actually do need to give this one to somebody. So maybe we just give it to the person, thematically speaking, who is next in line. Your vassal and commander. Like, what if we just gave it to, if he doesn't have any land, we just give it to him. Make sure to disband the troops also. Another job well done. But yeah, we have to get rid of this because the holdings. 3 domain is too much. Alright, very short BRB. Quick bathroom break. Everybody stand up, stretch your legs, walk around, get the blood flowing, get it pumping a little bit. Back in just a minute. Okay, I'm back. The Wandering Ronin is the name of this song. I guess that's fitting. These are apparently vaguely Japanese-themed songs from the finals. Cool song. Embark makes some pretty good music. All right, wait, don't unpause yet. Bad idea. Yo, they invented, Japan invented, like, the soccer uniform back in the 800s? They got the high socks. They got the baggy shorts. Looking cozy, man. That looks comfy. I need to... If you're Japan, right? Normally, if you were playing anywhere else over here in Crusader Kings and you have too many counties, you just give it to a family member. Right? Easy as. Probably one of your children. But our children can't rule. I think. I don't see any child rulers here. Like, you can't just give them you can't just give your kid a county. So what should I do? Or you give it to someone who would die soon. Yeah, what should Japan do when you have too many counties? What do I do with extra ones? I don't really have any need to create a loyal vassal because they're all very happy as it is. So what strategy is correct to employ? Both my sons are decked out for war. I didn't realize you were speaking from an RP perspective. Well, I don't think you understand how Japan works. Because there's no benefit to giving a county to someone who's going to die soon. All that does is just trigger the next in line for whoever has the most merit. Which I could do already. I could just give it to whoever is next in line. I guess a house block ally? I suppose. Maybe like one of the weaker house block allies that's in the house block? Actually, what am I don't know what I'm clicking on. I can just go here, the Bichu block, and maybe we pick someone. Dude, Hoke fell off. They really fell off. Maybe like House Kyoke. Okay, let's do this. Let's do this instead. Let's try... Did we just take Tango or Kawachi? Not Kawachi. Okay, Tango. So Tango, give it to, succession-wise, the next person in line is someone from House Hoke with 62 living members. If we go around them... House Nikki is in the Bichu block. And they only have 3 living members. And they're 3rd in the list. So I could just give it to them to kind of embolden their burgeoning splinter house. Because they split off like me. And kind of even up the load. So it's not just giving one house that's already powerful more land. You know what I'm saying? I think that's a pretty chill idea. He's also diligent, arrogant like me, brave, good diplomat, great eminence. Seems like a good choice. I'm just gonna pick him. And then we go grant appointment to nothing. I can't click it. Governors cannot be granted titles of their highest held tier county. Title is not part of the de jure structure or de jure neighbor. What the hell are you talking about? He doesn't have any land. Yeah, he does have land. He already has a holding. He has a governorship of Mikawa. Kenmu is not in our block. Yamato is, of course, the mainline one. This guy's already got a domain. This is harder than it looks. I think the thing with Japan that makes it so difficult is it's sort of impossible to tell I think in the feudalism of the vanilla Crusader Kings, it's quite easy to tell what is a beneficial political maneuver. It's quite straightforward. You want to empower and embolden yourself and secure your dynasty. Whereas Japan is a little bit more nebulous and difficult to predict unless you're going shogun. If you're going shogun, then it's just feudalism by a different name. Then it's easy to tell what is the strategically sound choice. But I think with the Ritsuyo government type, I have no idea what is strategically sound. So I don't know who to give this to. It'd be nice if there was some suggestions in the game of who to give it to. That's the other thing, right? They make no offer. I suppose they could just give it to the guy from House Hoke. But they're such a big house already. I could just give it to this dude. He is gonna die soon. And then just let the game go from there, as it would ordinarily, right? So he's happy, of course. Let him do his thing. All right, what else we got? You can start a great project. You can ransom this dude. I already stripped you of your title. I'm just gonna release you, brother. I don't even know who this other guy is. You can just go for free. You can declare 10 wars. Let's station our men-at-arms regiments first. Plus 2.5, plus 4.5. Dude, the warrior monks get way more. I'm gonna station my warrior monks then, because they get some good damage and toughness bonuses here. He wants to string a magnificent bow. Chat, would you trust this dude who's literally stupid to create a magnificent bow for you? -4 diplomacy, martial, stewardship, intrigue, and learning. Sadistic, humble, and vengeful. What is this personality? It's only a 50G investment just to see what he does. How do you pronounce this name? Sijuan? Sijuan? Glances down and bows deeply. Of course I can string you a bow, my lord. His enthusiasm shines through his anxious effort to maintain formality. But what is your preferred style to shoot? I wish to carve something that would suit you the best. A good old-fashioned bow? Listen, I trust your judgment. I completely trust your judgment. Okay, so what does an accolade do again? They're honors given to knights. They become acclaimed, they gain glory, and the accolade rank increases, giving stronger bonuses. If they die, they are replaced via succession. Why is it only people who are not actually serving as a knight who are optional here? None of these people are knights. Weird. What are the wars I can declare? Oh, the northern section. We'll come back to that. I really just wanted to unite the island. I'm not sure. My guy's not super ambitious, so I'm not sure if he would look too much further onto the Northern Isle, but I do think I would like to see how difficult it would be to go on a little trip before I get too old. To plan a pilgrimage. A journey may be filled with both opportunity and peril, but on reaching their destination, characters will earn piety and may receive other rewards. Some event options will allow especially pious actions. Taking these earn extra piety. Pay respect to the divine, truly connect with the very substance of your spirit. Or a worldly pilgrimage, earn a tiered multicultural modifier on completion. Let's do pious for sure. Chat, do you want to do a pilgrimage 1 foot away from our home? Distance affects cost and rewards. 1+ for each. If we go further away, we have to go through a little bit of disease. Possibly. Is there an outbreak here? Quite expensive, but +3 from far away. Plague. Massive plague. How often can you do a pilgrimage? Is there a cooldown on it? Because I haven't visited Kofuki. Kofuki-ji. So that one would be new. We go real fast, 140% travel speed, good caravan master. For intent, we have a reflection, altruism, or zealotry. Stress relief, popular opinion, and piety. You're particularly firm in your beliefs, and you're looking for opportunities to share your conviction with others. So I suppose altruism. Though that's going to be tough because I feel like since I'm arrogant and compassionate. Okay, so we literally cannot change the activity option from Pilgrim. You could do obligatory if you are impatient, or if your pilgrimage is mandatory, you can do Pilgrim normally, and if you are patient or a pilgrim, you can do contemplative. So we're just going to be a pilgrim. With glad heart and goodwill, we set out to see the sacred places of this earth. And then pomp. You bring bodyguards or good knights, perhaps a friend. Up to 5 random pilgrims join the train. Piety rewards on completion are unaffected. Humble, bring no one from your court, making travel dangerous. You join a train of 7 random pilgrims. More piety on completion. Ceremonial, you also bring attendants and pious hangers-on, up to 10 random pilgrims. They all, okay, this says they're both more piety, so appropriate is not more piety. or throng. Every single interested character at court joins you. Up to 20 random pilgrims, much more piety earned. Let's go. Party pilgrimage. Everybody who wants to go, come on down. I don't know what to do with all this money. Japan is generating cash money. We're going on a trip, boys. Road trip. Big show for the arrogance RP. It's gonna cost me 600 G's for this trip. We're bringing all of them. Real question though, what else should I even do for my... What should I do with my money, man? 600 gold pilgrimage is crazy. But what else do I do with my cash? Found cities or temples? A city's like 200 gold, man. Spam buildings to have even more useless money. Anyway, let's go. Lock it in. Maximum party throng. Everyone is invited. No danger on the road, so travel options should be unnecessary. This is a very short trip. 14 days. It's not very long at all. This is, I can't, dude, 600 gold for a 14-day trip is insane. I guess the real question is, how much more is much more? You know what I'm saying? Like, if it's only like 50 or 100 more, then it's not going to be that worth. I'm going pomp. I'm just going ceremonial pomp. Let's save 200 G's, knock it down one. We still get much more piety on completion. We save some money because I do need to build up Bichu and maybe the capital a little more. Okay. We'll go right there. We ain't that, we're rich, but we're not that rich. Locked in. So in Bichu, we're still building a small hill fort. A city is 360 gold. A populous city which houses a large number of burghers, merchants, and hard-working townsfolk. I'm building it. We're constructing a city in Teta, up here in the north. I think we had a battle there, didn't we? But yeah, we're gonna build a city in Bichu with the other money. As I set out on Yatra, I am filled with a sense of excitement and trepidation. I remind myself the journey is as important as the destination. Whatever hardships I may endure are themselves an act of devotion. It is my hope that undertaking this pilgrimage to Yamato will bring me in close accordance with Buddha. I can't wait. You added 5 potential pilgrims to your pilgrimage. Riding the horse. I am finally here, he says, after like 4-5 days, at the great temple of Kafukuji. As the bhikkhu offers me blessings, I reflect on everything that had to happen for the samsara to bring me here at this moment in time. That's true. He would be feeling kind of cracked because he just not randomly, but he just became the Kam Pak U of Japan, which is, you know. You gain the trait Pilgrim. All your entourage members gain the trait Pilgrim. You lose 14 stress, plus 2 prowess, plus 5% monthly piety. I have walked the holy path. You are engaged in a pilgrimage. You lead a communal prayer and gain 10 opinion from praying together, and also gain a little piety. Yes? Okay. Doesn't matter. The guest list. Who came? Our Osho and personal physician. That makes sense. The caravan master, your wet nurse, and Majorco, our daughter and ward. She's a pilgrim too. Okay, what is going on? A master thief. I wake from fitful rest, and before me in the dark looms a figure. As I reflect on my next life, Nobusada emerges from the shadows. His face aligns alight with a wry smile. Noble Kam Pak U, forgive our intrusion. Some lessons must be experienced to be understood. A thief uses shadows, blind spots, and corrupt officials to aid in his crime. Similarly, a wicked bhikkhu indulges in licentious behavior in the shadows, preaches false doctrine in your blind spots, and is elevated to high places by corrupt officials. I will shine a light where there is shadow. You gain 100 piety. And a light in the shadow. This character on pilgrimage learned of the similarities between thieves and wicked priests. They vow to illuminate the shadows, giving villains no place to hide. +1 intrigue and initial enemy hostile scheme chance minus 25%. If I am blind, my Mokudai will be my eyes. Lifestyle XP. My eyes are open for 5 years. They instructed their spy master to be on the lookout for villains. I know a corrupt official who is a wicked bhikkhu. You imprison Harukage, your own Osho. I have a fair reason. No one will think me a tyrant. Gain 100 intrigue. You gain 40 stress because you are just. And they all lose, everyone in his family loses opinion of you. What? That one's messed up, man. I'm gonna do the piety and the intrigue bonus one. The chiefdom of Sugaru has given rise to the populist faction targeting you. True, I can see how this is a potential issue. We have been increasing control here, but we really need to increase control in the north. It's gonna take 5 years. That will, if we increase control, that'll also get rid of the populist faction. We just took that over via war, and they're not happy, understandably. People in my court getting educated by the tutor. Do we have 581 influence? What do I spend that on? My beneficiary, Suwan, approaches me with a thoughtful expression. Is there anyone special to you, Lord Regent? He must read my irritation at such a personal question, because he continues, is there anyone to dedicate your commissioned artifact to? It's turning out well. But an inscription? Why don't we have the option to inscribe it to our other spouses? We've already given one for Kamachi. In memory of your nephew. Morofuji died from being ill in 884. You just died then, huh? His liege is my other nephew who's older than me, who's in poor health as well. Sure. Actually, sorry, is that 250 freaking prestige? I mean, piety? Only the enlightened guides me as we try and climb the ranks of devotion. That's a pretty big chunk, man. Lost in translation. As I stroll around the streets of Kofuku-ji, I stop in front of a small temple. The building is comparatively bland and humble, but a small crowd of pilgrims gathered in front of it. When I move in closer, I realize they are scratching their heads, trying to make sense of the plague. To make sense of the plaque next to one of the guardian statues written in a foreign language. This could be an opportunity to do my fellow pilgrims a service. Why would there be a plaque in another language here? What does the plaque say? Your pilgrimage becomes more pious. Learning challenge. You either decipher it or gain stress. This hardly seems worth it. Let's be more pious. You could not read it and you gained 10 stress. It will remain a mystery. Okay. Maybe it's an ancient plaque. Oh, Kamachi, you have been so brave. Words cannot describe you. She's had another baby? Her 5th child with us? A handsome baby boy? Still going at it. Still going at it. Chat, give me a letter. Not Q. We've already done Q. A letter we haven't done. The L's have it. There are 3 L's. How about... tough. Just L. Lobatamoku. Lobatamoku. May you grow to be strong and wise, my son. Major Co gained 15 piety. 33 days until our pilgrimage ends. We have low county control everywhere, man. With her coming of age, my tuition of Costco is at an end. Even as a child, Costco always had a way with words. It is therefore unsurprising she's taken well to the study of diplomacy. With an excellent grasp of all manner of etiquette and understanding of all kind of entertainment and the eloquence to go with it, she will have little trouble with a life in court. She is a charismatic negotiator. 3-star education. So consumption is kind of lowering all of her stats right now. If she can overcome consumption... Oh yeah, we were marrying into the Hoke house. It was also in our house block where we kind of started. And we splintered off and did this as a sort of making sure the bonds were still met. Great character if her lungs don't explode, yeah. The markets of Kafukuji are bustling with merchants shouting a language I've never heard. And so, wait, what? No, I don't know. I feel like Japan in 884 is fairly isolationist, but maybe there could be a bunch of merchants whose language you've never heard. And selling spices I've never tasted. The guy, like, this is next door. I think that's the funny thing. This is like outside of his house. Down the street. Like, he lives here, and this is where the pilgrimage took us, just because that's where the holy site is. Go touch grass, man. He just never goes outside. The guide of the pilgrim. Learn the safest routes. Discover the marvels of Kafukuji. One of them yells, waving a book in my direction. I'll take one. You pay 5 gold. You become the owner of the Pilgrim's Guide. Piety and diplomacy bonus for 60 years. You gain 20 stress because you're arrogant. And the pilgrimage gets local expert travel safety, or Buddha shall guide me. Oh, man. So you either get a relic that will, as long as you keep it repaired, give you piety and diplomacy forever. or you gain more piety on this pilgrimage. That's tough. It's got to be Buddha shall guide me. We got to go in now. The future doesn't matter. He has to become amazing now. You lost 115 gold. You gained 50 piety. I just lost 100. What do you mean lost 115 gold on the pilgrimage? Donated funds for the preservation of the Kofuku-ji holy site. Kam Pak U loses 115 gold. Holy, that's a quarter. Chat, just to put that into perspective, we are building a city for 360 gold from scratch. This is a third of the cost of a city that we just misplaced for donated funds. When you go to PetSmart and they ask you if you would like to donate for the animal shelters and you accidentally put in 3 extra zeros. Gain 50 piety. The development of the Kuni of Yamato increases by 10. That's such a small cashback reward. As our time at this sacred site draws to an end, I feel reassured that while I may not have been the most pious pilgrim out there, that's a weird phrase, I have proven my dedication to the enlightened in more ways than one. This being my first pilgrimage, and while no pilgrimage is exactly alike, I feel confident that I am more familiar with what to expect from this type of journey in the future. I think the phrase, this being my first pilgrimage, is strange here. Because if you take out the M dash, this being my first pilgrimage, comma, I feel confident that I am more familiar with what to expect. Anyway. Yamato, it has been an honor. Time to start the journey home. You gain 175 piety. Chat, I'm just going to tell you up front. It was not worth almost 300 gold to get 175 piety. But there is other upside. You gain 10, you get the pilgrim trait. The rewards on this are terrible. Because your faith has the mendicant preacher's tenet. You gain poverty's journey for 10 years. Holy order higher cost. Can we even hire holy orders? And 50 legitimacy. I think this costs like 400 gold. I'm glad I didn't spring for the 600 gold one. This is ridiculous! Toshu Lamau protests. As the keeper of the Kam Pak U's personal collection, I have a responsibility to ensure the quality of your work. It will see it once it is finished, Suwon reports. You should leave a man to his work when he is stringing a magnificent bow fit for royalty. Lamau will ensure its quality. Suwon loses opinion of you. The artifact will be a lower quality. What's the bit? There's no benefit of this. There's literally zero benefit to clicking this one. Stick to your own duties, Lamau. Toshu loses 10 opinion of you. Suwon gains 5 opinion. Rivalry conform. It's time for a breath of fresh air. Toshu loses opinion, becomes Suwon's rival. Suwon gains opinion. You replace Lamau with Suwon as your blank. It's literally blank. It will cost you 200 prestige. Revoked my court position. You gain stress because you are just, and the quality will be slightly higher. Lamau is my antiquarian. I'm replacing him as my antiquarian. To be fair, this guy is infirm right now. So maybe I should replace him anyway. Oh my god, he has terrible aptitude. Infirm is a negative 75. There should be some kind of pop-up for that. Stick to your own duties, Lamau. Okay, we gotta replace this dude. We only have average. $200 prestige. Maybe we just wait until he dies. I'll just try and wait until he dies. We have returned from the pilgrimage. I have finally come home again. It's been 14 days. Finally. While much remains the same, something has changed in how the bhikkhus treat me. I have undergone the journey of a holy man, and they insist it has changed something about me. Your journey has concluded. Your money is wasted. You'll never get it back. It's gone forever. I don't know if I'm gonna reach the piety before I die. I'm 57 already. We have to do an actual long pilgrimage, but now I need to just like save some money. So we just need to chill here and earn some cash. New noble family, the Fuji with 2 eyes family. Major Co has been educated in stewardship. Your brother succumbed to fatal apoplexy. We've Googled this before. Because I don't remember what it is. Unconsciousness from cerebral hemorrhage or stroke. Okay, so stroke, basically. At 66 years old. Time to have a funeral for my brother. They did not have any children. Okay, so what should I be doing? I got an idea. I don't know what that was. Court event available that you can weigh in on. I don't wanna. Am I accidentally holding court? She wants to forge a goblet. Is a goblet not regalia? Or is that a trinket? I guess a goblet is a trinket? She is considered a master by her peers. Lustful, sadistic, and honest. 4-star stewardship education. You do not have 120 gold. It's true. I'm a little broke. All right, what? Did I accidentally hold court? Oh, I made it. I might have accidentally held court. I didn't want to hold court. Generous Kam Pak U, let me express all my gratitude and bring you very good tidings, Suwon exclaims, while hurrying to me? Chat, what is hurrying? Google says it's just a misspelling of hurrying. I don't think it's a word. God. I love how literally like the first. I've been trying to avoid holding court for many reasons. This is one of them. I have been thoroughly enjoying the quarters you've assigned me. They are so spacious, so I can pace around while thinking and work undisturbed at leisure. The view on the garden is breathtakingly inspiring. Why is there a semicolon for that? And then another semicolon, and the bed? Oh, the bed is so comfortable. I feel like I'm sleeping on a cloud. In fact, a heavenly inspiration to make your project even better just came to me while I was sleeping. I need to hurry back to work. What the hell? I'm happy to hear that. The artifact of the bow might be slightly higher quality. You lose 20 stress. Oh. Okay, thanks. Stop telling me to hold court. All right. Chat. What do I spend 600 influence on? I guess keep accumulating it until you hopefully live long enough that your sons come of age and you can try and get them to be in line for some governorships. That's probably the play, right? Shall we have another spouse pregnancy? Why did we marry a wrathful, deceitful individual? I literally don't remember why we married Nobuko. It's because she was from like a different house before we were leader. Making your heir the top choice for Kam Pak U? No. No, he sucks. He's really smart, and that's it. But also, he's just not. He's position 48. He's not even... It would take thousands. Echoes of history. A renowned and well-respected poet known as Mibu Tadamine is reportedly wandering my realm in search of employ. He hails from the Kori of Heian Kyo and has a certain air about him, friendly, yet somewhat dishonest. This character is historical. I've never even seen this before. This pop-up box. Not this specific story, the whole foundation. I've never seen this type of pop-up before. Despite humble origins, Tadamine gained great renown for his waka poetry after appearing at a competition, receiving an imperial commission and patronage from the Fujiwara family. Along with his son, Tadami, he is counted among the 36 immortal poets of Japan, with over 81 poems thought to be included in imperial anthologies. 26 diplomacy, 15 intrigue, 18 learning, gregarious, cynical, diligent, gray eminence, poet, and historical character, which is a bonus to his health, diplomacy, and learning. I wonder what destiny lies before him. You will abandon your dynasty and will not be able to resume playing as them. You now just play as this guy. What kind of option is that, bro? Yo, hey, listen here, player. We think this dude's way more interesting than whatever bullshit you're doing right now. Just be this guy. Fan fiction ass choice. Do you hate your playthrough? Do you want to completely change what you're doing? Can I interest you in playing as some random real-life person? Yeah, it almost comes up as an ad. Like, it feels like an ad. This pop-up feels like one that uBlock Origin let slip through the cracks. Such a man could serve me well. He will join your court. You get a weak hook on him. Obligation hooks reduce court position salaries by 50%. I don't even know how to get an obligation hook in Japan. This is, yeah, this is like a Men in Black event, but for RNG pop-up. Does everyone who plays Japan get the same pop-up at the same year? Because it's like the 2nd of January, 885. I wonder if it's like on a timer. Mibu Tadamine, who cares? He just becomes a wanderer. It feels like a pre-programmed OP pop-up, but I'm not sure. Like, if this was actually RNG and you could play a full Japan campaign without ever seeing him, then it would be a little interesting, I guess. You didn't get one, Turtle Herder? Because if it's not guaranteed, I'll take him. I don't know what to do with him, but I'll take him. You also get a weak hook on him. I don't know how to intentionally get obligation hooks, though. Maybe it's a Kam Pak U thing? Maybe. Hook this dude up with our son. I don't know how to do that. But I guess if we took over playing as our son, we could. But then again, our son has a lover's pox now, so it's not exactly fun anymore. To just be spreading around STDs. Like, that's not fun to roleplay as, man. I hate when your children get random STDs before you get to take control of them. Nobody, don't put that on the back of the box for Crusader Kings. Didn't we have a Master of the Hunt before? I think we did. What should I do with this guy now that he's in my court? But what do I do with him? I can have a court poet, but to be honest, I already have one. I know he's better, but court poet is not as good as I want it to be. 3% extra stress loss, 1 court grandeur bonus, and may randomly become inspired. It's not a lot of bonuses. He can do write poetry though. Every year the court poet will write a poem giving you a modifier, either improving your legitimacy, piety, advantage, or attraction for 3 years. Each finished poem will provide a one-time increase of block cohesion, 0.2 gold per month. IRL, he was a renowned court poet. Godly golly, shut up, man. I respect that you just unmuted the stream less than 2 minutes ago, and you don't realize that we've already read his entire historical blurb that has described who he is historically before you were paying attention. But we know. You are not promoting any legends. Yeah, I don't have any legend spread chance. I don't want to replace him because it's going to cost me 200 prestige just to do that. So he's just going to languish in court. The block cohesion sounds nice. I'm going to be real with you. We've been 3 cohesion for the entire, well, I say the entire game. 1 life, no problem. So I don't really know when this becomes a problem. An inspired person. She wants to forge a goblet. Do I have to spend 120 gold? We're not doing that. Make him the jester? Maybe I should make him the jester. Imperial family branches. House Kanmu. I don't know what to do with Japan, to be honest. At this stage, I'm just thinking about declaring more wars. Which... Ugh, sorry, I just woke up. Yeah, that's what you do in Crusader Kings, I guess. They really need to give you more stuff to do besides wars. The only other stuff to do besides war is read poorly written dialogue in events. My modest cupbearer, Yoshiko, is a dependable woman, bearing her responsibilities with considerable aplomb. Not only does she ensure my cup overfloweth, but those two of my guests in court, and always with a smile. Such enthusiasm and deftness is rare. She be very useful. I'm gonna uninstall this game, bro. I can't. Every single event, man. Treat my visitors well, Yoshiko. What's with the random committal to Shakespearean English? Excuse me, it's a reference to a famous Bible verse in King James Version. Maybe, I don't know. They just wanted to write the word. I don't know. They just wanted to. And then pirate sheep be very useful. This is a step too far, man. I can't. How are you supposed to stay immersed when this is what you're constantly bombarded with? Treat my visitors well, Yoshiko. You gain brimming goblets for 10 years. This character's vassals are under the close care of a skilled cupbearer. Courtly vassals plus 10 opinion. That would be useful if it was if we had a worse diplomat. You gain special attention for 10 years. Servant court amenity upkeep. Servants court amenity upkeep. That can be like, it's gonna be like 0.25 gold. So just take the first one with the opinion buff, I guess. I'm not holding court no matter how many times you ask me. This is what I am gonna do. Ritual sacrifice. Oh, we haven't done this before. We need not travel far to demonstrate true devotion. A short journey to a nearby shrine and making a sacrificial offering. Chat, look at this. Here it is again. This is a new sentence. A short journey to a nearby shrine and making a sacrificial offering, semicolon. We can retain the favor of the divine for the foreseeable future. Alex, do you like Stellaris? I have enjoyed Stellaris, but I haven't played it in quite a while. Because the combat started to piss me off. The blob with 100k power versus blob with 150k power. I just got kind of bored. But I think it's I haven't played it since they redid the pop management. So it's been a while. It'll be unavailable for 5 years. While a sacred offering can be made at any temple, even my local shrine in Yamashiro, it is clear that not every sacred space is equal. A visit to a dedicated temple community could be quite time-consuming, but would likely be more impressive. We just went here on a pilgrimage. But we're gonna go here to make, we forgot to make a sacrifice while we were there. Maybe. Our own shrine will suffice. You gain performing ritual for 14, wait. I get +1 piety per month for 14 days. An offering at a local shrine in Yamashiro will save us the journey. And cost 40 gold in return for 50 piety. The shrines at Kofuki-ji. So I will get +1 piety per month again for 14 days. An offering here will cost 225 gold or 150 prestige in return for two. Dude, 150 prestige is a much better deal than 225 gold. The mountain shrines, 1 piety per month for 14 days. Worldly matters calling my attention, man. This is a terrible event. Terrible event. One of the big problems with Crusader Kings 3 is that the overwhelming proportion of their events, in all shapes and sizes, in all forms they take, is that they are transactional. They are not, in any case, a story that is attempting to be told to you, even on a small scale. You can tell a short story in a few pop-up panels. You can create events that you choose one of 2, maybe one of 3, heaven forbid, one of 4 choices, where each choice leads down a brief, branching, like Stellaris has this, right? Stellaris has events in archaeology where you pick one of maybe 2 branching and then a different sort of ultimate thing happens at the end of those mini storylines that they have. But every event in Crusader Kings 3 feels transactional. I'm doing a ritual sacrifice. Why am I doing it? Do you want to exchange gold, or do you want to exchange prestige? Or, prestige for piety. You're trading currencies. Like, every single event is a trade of currency. The currency could be stress. The currency could be money. It could be influence now. That's a new currency. There's like nothing significant happens other than you change currencies, or maybe you get currency for free, best case scenario. And it's just lazy. Like, that's the easiest form of event, is just what currency do you want more of? And if you're really lucky, maybe you eventually find like a special artifact or something, best case scenario, which is rare. CK2 has long-form story events as well, Chess with Death, the Hell Portal, etc. Yeah, those are the most obvious ones. And while they're great, of course, they're only great like twice each. The 2 events I always think of when remembering seeing the same overly specific event 1,000 times. Yeah. There can be problems there too, but they're still more fun. Like, let's put it like this. John... The reason why people remember those is because they're memorable. Which I know sounds like, well, duh. The events you remember in Crusader Kings 2, while they were eventually repetitious, had an extremely strong first impression, which gave you something to hang on to and remember in a positive way. Whereas the only events that you remember in Crusader Kings 3 are all for negative reasons. Do you know what I'm saying? You remember CK2 events that were good, but repetitive because they kept coming back up and were overly specific, but you only remember events in Crusader Kings 3 because they were bad and repetitive. and you don't remember anything in between. I would rather have the good ones, where at least they made a strong first or second impression and you had fun initially. I don't think that there's any such events in CK3 that pop out and hit you for the first time and you're like, whoa, this is awesome. This is crazy. Not that they all should be, but you understand what I'm saying. So we're doing like a fake pilgrimage. I think. We just went here, but it's like I left my keys at the holy site. Gotta take a little funky trip to get there. Go get some lifestyle XP. I also feel like CK3 has a lack of other people coming to you with stuff. Like, you're the leader of Japan, but basically no one is asking you for stuff. That's ostensibly what the Courts DLC should have been. Yeah. That's what I thought Court DLC was going to be. All packed and proper, we've finally come to the point where we can start our journey to our next destination. Get a little lifestyle perk. As we sit by the campfire after a long day, a group of travelers approaches us in the dark. They look like a gaggle of lost pilgrims led by a haggard-looking man. Despite my first impression, I notice they're carrying valuables of some kind or another. Please, Lord Regent, can we please... Please, Lord Regent, can we please be allowed to rest by your campfire? We have been through a long journey. Come, enjoy our campfire and tell us of your travels. You gain 75 prestige. I will relieve you of your troubles. You spend 200. I'm not spending 250 piety to get 115 gold. No, there's no room. Okay, I will pick the one that doesn't give me stress and only gives me positive transactional currency. You have arrived at the shrine. We're gonna hang out there for 2 weeks. Just got the chance to play as my favorite 9th century Japanese poet. Did you? Or are you lagging way behind? Sacrifice to heaven. The shrines at Kafukuji are as impressive as they are old, and its caretakers seem used to important visitors. Observing the holy place where countless devotees have paid their respects before me, I am filled with a kind of reverence. Patronage is an important aspect of the maintenance of holy sites such as this. Visitors often make a donation to support the monastic community. Harukage looks at me in a polite but somewhat inquisitive way. I'm ignoring the missing comma in the first paragraph. Let us make a donation. You lose 115 gold? I have nothing to offer but devotion. All right, I will transact my prestige for your piety and stress loss. At long last, I am finally home. There is nothing better than arriving back in Yamashiro after a long journey. I look forward to resting for some time. All right, well, that was a quick trip. Not sure if it was worth it, but pumping some piety. I'm really trying just to get, I don't know if we'll be able to reach it, but I think Consecrate Bloodline is the only thing we can even do. Your son has been taught by Kikuchi Tokunaga. Also, ad is about to start again because somehow it's been another hour already. Holy Roman Empire, how you guys doing over here? But yeah, prep for ad. I forgot that we had like twins. It's pretty crazy. Tutor is popping off. Stewardship up by 2? Stewardship going crazy. Your friend died. I have a baby. What's going on? Rip Toshu Imune. You were a real one. You conclude your meditation. What was I meditating on? CK2 is themed around what the medieval age felt like for the people living in it. Ghosts, demons, and spooky things. I could see that. Disco's got an extra learning. Man, Tutor's just going crazy. Hackett says sup. Thank you for the 12 months, Hackett. What's up is I'm trying to figure out what to do in my Crusader Kings game now. Or what I should be working toward. Now that we become... I kind of was playing again today to find out what we could do as the ruling region of Japan. And it kind of seems like the answer is... conquests like normal, or... fast forward. We have no major projects like China gets. We can improve our community with gold. I'm gonna try it just to see what it does. We'll see if it's worth it. It's not that expensive compared to everything else we've been doing. But thank you, Mostly Lost, for the E-sub for big 87 months. That is a lot of months, dude. Thank you for the sub. I saw Machine Vision pumping it. Happy 5 years. And Bucky also pumping it. Thanks, Bucky, Mostly Lost, Hackett, and Machine Vision. Very nice of you. Give me 1 sec. I'm gonna get a water refill. You can pump into this. Yo. There we go. Told you to be quick. Cool song. My daughter. My daughter, I will name you... Dude, I don't know. Hadabodoko. Hadabodoko. I just like saying Hadabodoko. My daughter Hadabodoko. But yeah, I'm trying to figure out, like, what should I work toward? If you don't want to go Shogun, then what do you do as a Ritsuyo government? I don't know if they want you to play as the Ritsuyo government. A woman named Yasuko approached me seeking employment, claiming to bear a letter of recommendation from the Kam Pak U himself. The seal was deemed a forgery, and I now hold the brazen imposter in my dungeon. Your diligence shall be rewarded. Pay 40 gold to him. What? To gain 15 opinion. That was my seal. Release her at once. You spend 60 influence. You gain a strong hook on Yasuko. I don't care about you. Very good. Send her to me. Forging imperial seals must be punished. You gain stress. You kill her, but you are compassionate. Just, I don't care. I'm allergic to taking prisoners who I am going to immediately release for nothing. Goodbye. Thank you. Don't do it again. Why is a lowborn peasant being presented to the ruler of Japan? I don't know. My counselor Yoshimichi died of old age? Oh man, that was a goated diplomat. Lord Regent, my stupid beneficiary Suwan, approaches me with a satisfied smile drawn across his face. I have toiled over the workbench many days and nights, but finally, my work is done. He presents me with an object wrapped in cloth, and as I unveil what is hidden within, my eyes grow wide. A very fine cherry self bow. What is a cherry self bow, chat? Strung with linen, useful in both hunting and war. Thank you, Mary Skipper. Fujiwara bow. 5 prowess. Enemy fatal casualties up, advantage in hills, hunter trait XP gain. Very fine work indeed. I will equip that as my beautiful weapon now. Self is a type of bow, single piece of wood bow. Okay. Guess who is tied for the highest amount of diplomacy out here? I think it'd be better to give it to one of my vassals. This is a glory hound. They don't care as much about a court position, but they are a god-tier diplomat. These are both glory hounds. They approve of my offensive victories. I assume they'll still like having a court position. One is from Saga Block. They're both from Saga Block. We have Hoke, Yamato, that's the Kudara block. We have... You're not in anything. Haga is in Kudara as well. So Saga Block is fine. I'm gonna give it to the guy... Oh, they're both kind of weird. What are the odds that both of these guys are fickle and sadistic and have a 4-star Great Eminence diplomacy education? That's very odd. You know what? Screw both of them. I'm just gonna make this random court poet guy my new chief diplomat. He's the only one I can trust. To be honest, the best thing that I could do, unfortunately, he's kind of an old guy, but like, if I broke this betrothal. And did a matrilineal marriage to Costco, then I could give him a governorship. You know what I'm saying? And it would be of our family line. All family members of Fujiwara lose 30 opinion of you. That's the real tragedy. And there's nobody else who is... This is not going to make sense any other way. Because, yeah, that would actually be super solid. Because I could grant him an appointment, give him Kawachi, and if he was in a matrilineal marriage inside of our own family, that would go crazy. But is it worth making every family member have minus 30 opinion of me for 10 years? Every single family member? We got a lot of family members, I think. I don't know why all the children would be so upset about it. I don't really care about the Hoke marriage anymore. This guy sucks anyways. Ambitious, temperate, craven. I'm going rogue. Betrothal broken. Screw that guy. Alright, don't worry. You'll get well soon. And then we go bam. Arranged marriage. Costco. Matrilineal marriage. She loses 500 prestige. He gains 900. Actually, this isn't that big of a deal. Like, this isn't as smart of a play as I thought it was at first. Because since he's of a different house, he's the only living member. Only their children would count toward our influence gain. But it would give us more options. Yeah, the matrilineal marriage is still better. All right, done. This guy's way better. Diligent, gregarious, maybe a little cynical, super smart, super talented. And then we go bam, grant appointment. You take Kawachi. We keep Yamashiro. And then we grab another county somewhere else. Or we hold on to it for now until the control goes back up. Control's just going down. Incompetence in administration. Who are you calling incompetent in administration? Me? Actually, I don't actually know why we have incompetence in administration. We literally have plus 19% governor efficiency. This guy is plus 26. I'm just gonna go ahead and give it to him. There you go. I just landed this guy. He impressed me so much with his poetry. Succession for... Why is succession for Kawachi like one dude with 119, then my daughter, then this guy with negative 235? Court position boon lost. You lost brimming goblets. This character's vassals are under the... What? Your kinsman has been taught. Okay. New noble family. We basically just created a new noble family. The Hokey relations are damaged because you broke the betrothal. Negative 235. We might be getting a little cocky now. What could I petition the Tinno for? House advancement. Characters in the line of succession will get a bonus score. Let's try that. But it'll cost me 250 influence. But I think it was worth. For the whole family? I can no longer petition Tinno Kurohito to support the careers of my house. Nevertheless, I have traveled all the way here to Yamashiro to gain his ear, and I will not pass up such an opportunity. What? I can no longer petition it to support the career of my house, yet that's exactly what I'm gonna do. So, I don't understand. And it gave me the same 3 options that I just clicked on. I can no longer petition Tinno Kurohito to support the career of my house. So, support the careers of my house. Ascend to royal marriage. Okay, so I basically wasted 250 influence for an option that the game did not tell me was allowed until after I have committed all of it. No big deal, just 250 divided by 7.3's months worth of influence. So stupid, man. We should try and find deceitful, calm, and trusting is an interesting combo here. Let's go eldest daughter with our eldest son who's not betrothed. He gets a weak hook on you. I am afraid this is not possible. Last time I clicked the second option and it came back with a third option, but this time nothing. So I just wasted 250 influence. I thought there was going to be another pop-up after that, like the last time we did this, but no. Okay, cool. Just checking. I'm telling you, man, the more you play, the more everything unravels. Best psych in Paradox history. You pull on the string too far and then everything starts to unravel. All right, we're done swaying both of these guys. Let's sway our counselors. Just to make sure we have max rep. I recognize the anxious look on my servant's face. He is here to bring bad news. Lord Regent, come quick. Kokushi Minamoto Tsutomu of Tajima was just seen leaving the chambers of your son and heir. Bro. I know. You expose Kikuchi Taniyuki's lover's secret. I expose it? I don't even get to keep it? Who's telling me this? Just a random servant. So I can't even keep the secret, it's just automatically exposed. You lost 41 stress because you were just. And so now, what does that do for his like reputation? I don't even know, dude. Why? Adopt the poet to replace him? God. So now I guess what I want to do is save up money and try to do the develop communities. It's gonna need 1,000 gold as a starting cost. I would also like to see if anything in Bichu can be upgraded once this hill fort is done constructing in 22 short days. Yeah. The Lance of Japan. His subjects prove grateful, for if they are not, they'll learn how it is an empire is wrought. You gained court poet poetry about strife for 3 years. Bichu block cohesion increased by 1. Maximum battle roll +3, friendly casualties down to 6%. Anyway, yeah, in our culture, or rather our religion, they have no problem with same-sex relations. They shun adultery. Wait, what? Did that change? Did Yogakara change? I swear we've been talking extensively about how no one cares. Oh, okay, the religion cares, but the culture does not care about lovers. That's right. Characters with adulterer and fornicator traits are always fully accepted. So basically, there are no useful secrets to gain hooks in Japan. Because well, I guess it's maybe not all of the religions are accepting of the same-sex relations like ours is. I don't know, I haven't looked at all of them. But it hasn't really been a problem. So I don't know what kind of secret. It would have to be like a murder secret or like witchcraft or something. Which doesn't come around too often. While entertaining visitors, we happened upon the topic of the Buddha Vakana, and a vigorous discussion ensued, one characterized more by passion for the subject than knowledge of it. Major Ko overheard some of the debate and seemed to have been emboldened, regarding her knowledge and understanding superior to that of adults. She is ambitious. She can be zealous or sadistic. Stay ambitious. Fine with me. Alright, Bichu. We got this small hill fort built. Now let's add on to it with the port. Trade port for money. is, I know you can't really see, 0.35 gold per month for Bichu, up to 1.75 with huge development growth potential. So we're gonna invest in Bichu, and then we could also invest in the temple holdings if we wanted as well. Though I'm not sure how much trickle down we get from these taxes. Because when you get something for the holder of this holding, does that go to the leasee? Or does that go to the county lord? I'm not sure. Because for a temple, quarry's interesting, but I don't know how good it is. Just a little bit of tax at the end. Building construction time is pretty solid. A little bit of garrison size, a little bit of dev growth. It's a little bit of a bunch of stuff. Cattle pasture levy bonus and tax and supply limit's always good. Scriptorum. Control growth and piety. Holder of this county, legend spread chance plus 40%, legitimacy gain plus 8. Interesting. I don't know. I'm not sure which one I would want to build here. Maybe the Scriptorum is interesting. It's a good RP choice. Control growth should never change, though. So I might go... Yeah, I don't know. They seem optional. None of the county buffs seem significant. I don't know. Maybe I'm not looking at the right things. A governor declares a fiefdom. The Sorio is at it again. Sorio whack-a-mole. Who is it this time? Major Co's learning went up by 2. That's cool. Well, you pick this dude and you go to jail. How dare you declare a Sorio fief? I demand you go to jail. Right now, mister. Fringoku's first words. Hurry, my liege, you must hear this. The wet nurse Noriko rushes me into my son's chamber. Noriko points at Fringoku in excitement, so I lean toward him and listen close. Beat you. Incredible! Fringoku has learned to say our house name. How delightful. You gain 35 prestige, lose 41 stress. War declared. Rally the freaking troops. They're gonna have to put down this dude again. Where do you guys think you're going? $300 spears, 234 levies. We win that decisively. And he can't turn around. He's fully committed. We just popped up this army right here. And should just crush him. Full hard counter of their light footmen. What the hell is going on? Allies joined the war. We're quarreling. Costco no longer has consumption. Let's go. She's healed. Alliance expired because Fujiwara Morokuzu has died. My nephew Morokuzu is dead at 60 years old. Chat, if you look at a person who's dead, is there a button you can click to see their historical holdings from when they were alive? Out of curiosity. Plague resistance is nice to have in religious places. I could see that. I can definitely see that. The hospices. Okay, sure. 3 years, 135 gold. The reason I'm curious is because if he was a holder of a governorship, I'd like to know which governorship just changed hands. You know what I mean? But it's not in his memories. To be honest, the addition of memories is such a missed opportunity, as with most things. They don't ever put anything in here. There's so many things you could put for personal histories, like what I just described, like their personal holdings at any point. Like, they became a governor in this year of this place. They lost their governorship in this year of this place due to peasant rebellion or something. Just like an account of significant events that happened. I thought that's what memories were gonna be. Like, my memories are a little bit more filled in, but nobody else's is. I gained a county. My son, Lobatamoku, was born to my wife. I traveled on a pilgrimage. They have it when they're still alive, do they? So why does it erase their memories when they're dead? Doesn't that seem counterintuitive? It's only for player characters. You just go into my chat and lying for no reason? So they already have this information, it just disappears. The game deletes them over time. By over time, do you mean the second that they die? Is that what you meant? I guarantee you, Out of the Park has more information in their database than characters in Crusader Kings. Over time. The time is now. Apples and oranges? No, apples and oranges is just making some shit up and presenting it as fact, such as, well, the reason why they deleted is to save on file sizes. Show me. T-Nomad. Do you guys realize that saving memories is a small text file? That's it? It's a small text file. That could consume hundreds of kilobytes of data. I found the end game of the Ritsuyo government. It's just putting down Soryo rebellions. Noriko is no longer your wet nurse. She just left. I have no idea why, but she's gone. She's not dead. Did she just leave my court? Grant court position. She's not, oh, she's 46, that's why. Okay. It'd be nice if they'd, like, told you that. We don't have anybody who's above average. How do you get above average as a wet nurse? Your wife, Lady Sadako of Japan. She has good diplomacy, not the most learning, but I think she'd be a good candidate. Siege time. Lady Sadako taught Nariko how to behave like a proper yoga karst. Law replaced. Oh, that's the one that every time I do a war switches to conditional join. I'm glad we got the pink color scheme for our realm, though. That's nice. Arabian Empire going. Oh, I thought I got shot. Damn, that was loud, man. Your royal court is now court grandeur level 9. You are now known as Ironside. Why am I, what? My kinsman, have you heard what they call you? My kinsman, Takasuke says to me while blushing. Your court poet, Chisato, gained an inspiration. They call you Kempako Arasada Ironside. Spectacular, is it not? It's on the lips of peasant and noble alike. A cause for celebration, I think, Takasuke exclaims with a cheery tone. I can get used to this. I am going to ignore the grammatical issues in these paragraphs. Your glory is widely known. We're illustrious. Fujiwara Arasada Ironside. Spear, axe, sword, arrow. You are reputed to be able to turn aside any blow, from the most majestic sweep to an assassin's blade. Okay, well, that seems cool. Hey, what's up, people? How's it going, dude? Sorry, I was trying to figure out why I'm called Ironside now. Thanks for raiding. Hope you had a lovely stream. And also thanks for subbing. Very kind of you. What's up, Draka? Hello, Evil. Welcome back, Evil Cat. What were you guys up to? In before you get assassinated? It could happen. You're never far from assassination in Crusader Kings. Bonkin? Mega bonkin? Oh, baby. A lot of content in that game. But I hope you've been having fun with the Mega Bonk. I know I did. Wait a second. I just shouted out Megabonk. That's how my brain works. There's apparently a streamer named Megabonk. Ignore that. Ignore that second shout out. Please only pay attention to the first one. And the third one. And the third one. Someone just did like a word swap in my brain right there. But anyway, go check out Hippo. Been enjoying some Megabonk. Awesome dude. Always put on a good show. You'll have a good time over there. So go say hi. Thanks for coming over. Brain is bonked. My brain is bonked, it's true. But yeah, we are the ruler of Japan right now, the Kam Pak U, which basically is a ruling regent. So we're not the emperor, but we rule in the stead of the royal family. So there is an emperor who is a ceremonial position that doesn't really have any power. So we're the ones that exercise all the power. And we're currently in the middle of putting down a small uprising of Soryo, who are basically samurai who do not want to continue status quo. And they want to create their own fiefs and go feudal. And we don't want to go feudal. Your son has got +2 diplomacy. Our tutor is teaching all of our children an incredible amount of information. So we're not a shogun. Shogun is the opposite of what we want. Your daughter has got another +2 learning. Yeah, this is the best tutor I've ever seen in my life. I don't know, my counselor may have died of old age. He did. He was a good dude too. That was our samurai. He got to help us unite mainland Japan right there. The main island of Japan, I should say. And now we need a new samurai. This dude seems pretty solid. 16 prowess. Not sure about the deceitful, but zealous, diligent, brilliant strategist, flexible leader, aggressive attacker, and I love military engineer. Good choices. And already has some land taken care of. So let's go ahead and slot them in. But yeah, we're just chilling, trying to keep track of everything. This government type is really difficult to learn initially. So, Hippo, if you're gonna play the new DLC, be prepared, because I had to sit there and chew over it for like 15, 20 hours trying to figure out how to do anything. Because the new government types are interesting, but they are challenging for sure. I think Japan especially. For example, for the early game, you're only allowed to have one county. That's it. You cannot go to war with any of your vassals. You cannot go to war at all. And you have to manipulate sort of a score of merit to try to get in line to either become Kam Pak U like we did, or get your children positions of governorship to try to increase your influence gain so that you can use that to try to become leader. So we have no inheritance. It's very strange. Took a while to get used to. I am proud to see my other daughter no longer as a child, but as an adult. Disco always had a way with words. It's unsurprising then she became a good study of diplomatic relations and another 3-star charismatic negotiator. 21 diplomacy for Disco, then down to 19. I don't know why she lost some immediately after, because she's shy. Betrothed can marry. So this is the oldest son of the Tenno, or emperor. And we're marrying into the ceremonial emperor house. They are 0.2% risk of their children being inbred. The Fujiwara and the imperial line intermarried a bunch historically. to maintain power. But yeah, they can get married. Excellent. Off they go. And that'll improve our house relations with the Imperial House, which I'm still not sure what the benefits of that are too much. We read them, but it didn't really strike me. And Disco also became a diplomatic courtier. Okay, a little bonus there. You can call your dynasty member Toshu Fujiwara Takafuji of the Indo family. They have 0 troops. I call you to war, only you, because you have no levies. I summon thee, come fight. No, I'm not gonna do that. Besides the new counties governments, is there other stuff like added if you stay with more Europe-based countries? I don't think that there is more new stuff in Europe in the Asia DLC. Other than whatever is in the free update. The main thing is the map expands, but that's not Europe-based. The map still expands even if you don't buy the DLC. You just play a feudal government over here. But you could still play in Japan. You can get Silk Road stuff in Europe. Well, I mean, you could travel toward the Silk Road, but that's Asia-based with some spots. Whatever. I didn't think that's what they meant, but if that's ticks the box for you, then so be it. Good siege. I love that they got some siege weapons out of here. Done. Once again. We're kind of just making enemies of different houses by doing this, but we're gaining legitimacy, and we're almost to max legitimacy. The hostile factions have disbanded, which is fantastic. Disband the troops. And then there was something else. Do we... Oh yeah, we can strip the county title, of course. Which is not tyrannical, because they are criminal. However, it will create additional house relations. So if you care about the Fuji, who has 1 living member, I don't, as it happens. So they can quarrel all they want, and I can just hold on to their domain for now. It would have been good to check their family beforehand, of course. But I can have 2 domains, so I can just chill on that one for a bit. And we... I thought... How's Sugaru control? Sugaru controls back to 42. Alright. So we need to... I just like to go to whatever the hot spot is. So Kawachi is the hottest spot. So let's try and raise Kawachi up. Oh yeah, lifestyle perks. Embrace celibacy. I'm allergic to embracing celibacy. Stress gain minus 20%. Decent. You may take the reject inheritance decision. I'm not sure what that's for. Low county control in Izu. You can station... Oh yeah, men-at-arms. Station our men-at-arms. I'm not going to your festival. You guys are both swayed. Sway the most powerful house head of House Saga. And then another house. Okay. What do you do with 2200 prestige? If I don't want to go to war anymore, here's the thing. Could I go to war and probably unite this northern island? Probably. Would it be fun? Not really. My problem always becomes that I think Hearts of Iron is the only Paradox game with fun combat. And so when my Crusader Kings or Stellaris campaign inevitably funnels down the very narrow drain pipe of paint the map, it just makes me want to play Hearts of Iron. So it's like, I don't know. It was fun at first, right? When you do the Doomstack blob with a bunch of damage and you're just mopping people, it's fun for the first 50 to 100 hours. So I'm trying to find how to do gameplay that's not just paint the map. And one thing I actually do really enjoy doing in Crusader Kings is vassalizing people via diplomacy. I think that's quite fun. However, I'm not sure if it's even possible in Japan. Like in any other spot, you could be like, where am I? Like, for example, we did that a decent amount when we were playing up here. We were playing in Siberia somewhere, right? I don't remember who we started as, but it was something up here. It's probably changed by now. And then if you get to be powerful enough, it was somewhere in Vasjugenmeyer, I think. Somewhere up here. Siberia, a long time ago. It was Tartus. Yeah, I think it was Tartus. Eventually, even though you're small, you get to a point where the empire is huge. So your de jure territory is massive, right? So you have quite a few options if you get powerful enough to start convincing people to join you because you're the de jure liege. But because Japan's empire is relatively so small, so much so that it doesn't even encompass the island that you start on, there's not much you can do diplomatically that way. And of course, historically speaking, that makes sense. Japan was very isolationist for a very long time. They're a literal island nation. And of course, they took in plenty of people from China and eventually Europe and many other countries besides and in between. There's not much that they did outside of, you know, conquer Korea, China, and anything else that they could do. So that's why I always hated being Matilda of Tuscany and trying to become Emperor of Italy. Italy's de jure is so low, similar to Japan, I guess. CK3's end date stops right before Sengoku period. Are there even any houses actually fighting? No, I don't really know how that works. I have no idea when the house blocks actually come in. The further I delve into my studies, the more apparent the link between mind and body becomes. Too much worry can make you sick, and the mind is no stronger than its vessel. I need a healthy outlet to cope with the strain of ruling. I have read about the benefits of vigorous movement as well as journaling to soothe frayed nerves. Go for a run. 50% you become athletic. Then you get a small health boost. But you'll gain exercise for 15 years. Spend the afternoon journaling. 50% you become a journaler. Plus learning and stress loss. Take the day off. I mean, you gotta go for athletic. Yeah. Oh, that's huge. Regular exercise keeps Arasada with a level head and burns off stress. Small health boost. I'm gonna live forever. But I guess my point was, even though it's probably historically accurate that Japan just kind of chills off by itself, I don't know if there's any content from a gameplay perspective to do under that same premise. So I think you'll find if you look, I imagine if you look on Reddit and go to like the Crusader King subreddit, everyone who's playing Japan, the only thing that they do is just invade this and then they're done. Would be my guess. I was watching Majorko play with other children when Sanafusa tried to push her over. The moment did not last long, as Majorko soon had made an entirely new game out of it and forgotten the previous game entirely. She stays fickle, becomes wrathful, or becomes forgiving. Teach her to forgive. Your kinsman has been taught by Kikuchi. It's not my kinsman. I don't claim them. House Kimotsuki is now a powerful family. What are ways, chat, that... Okay. Serious question time. Let's say I was going to try and take over other places via diplomatic means, or at the very least, no mass assassinations, because it's honestly not possible for me, and no total war conquest. I'm trying to think of options. The only two things I can think of are have a de jure empire where you can sort of convince them to join you, which we can't, or somehow force matrilineal marriages. And then they inherit. And then I don't know what you do after that, actually. That would just be an independent ruler from your family who controls a different place. Are there any other options to expand that, like, I'm not thinking of besides those? But thanks again, Hippo, for the massive 64 months of sub. Hello, it is me, the peasant. I'm peasant too. According to Wikipedia, Japan did not begin the conquest of Hokkaido, the North Island, until the 1500s, and didn't take over Ryukyu until the 1800s. Yeah, it was very late. It was very late because probably a combination of just being happy with how things are running and also naval invasions of arduous, impassable terrain is difficult. It would not have been super, like, Japan and naval invasions was not really a thing for a long time until ship technology came to them. They had some boats, but you didn't want to go very far in the boats. Lots of boats specifically for this type of water. Between small jumps from one island to another, like this. When you get up, there's a bit more distance from here to here, and also northern Japan is very mountainous and very snowy, so not exactly the biggest port. Biggest port for Japan in this era is down here on the southern island in Chiruzan, I think. Or Chikuzan, sorry. Ad starting soon already? We've been yapping for an hour? If I recall correctly, there's an integrate land into de jure territory if your court level's high enough. Do you know how to access that normally? I'd be curious to find out. All right, quick bathroom break while the ad's going. I'm kind of trying to figure out what aspirations I should be working for. At the moment, we're going to try and save up some income and try a major decision, but there's only one. So I just kind of want to see what it does. Beer be 1 sec. Hey. All right, let me catch up with chat. You could try to become popular enough to vassalize people. I don't think I can. I don't think I don't think they'll ever become my vassal. They have such a steep... I know they're at war, but besides the war, they all have a negative 200 because we have negative 50 base, negative 35 culture, negative 40 faith, negative 20 tribal. -20 not rightful liege, -100 distance. So the -100 distance is actually going to be the thing that makes it insanely impossible. Like, we would have to conquer something on land just to get close enough to them where that -100 distance goes away before we could even think about it. And even then, it wouldn't work. Like, this is -600. Okay, that's remote. So that's remote. The closest one to us. Chat, am I crazy, or are our vassals already declaring war on the North Island? To subjugate them. Defending against the... There's a pacification and a subjugation war. The subjugation war is the North. So that's not us. We can't subjugate. What is it? What is a pacification war's sort of endpoint? What's the objective? Okay, so the guy who's defending may become an adventurer? What? Is it just to, like, get a different leader? I don't know. They lose the land. What are you talking about? Chat, are you guys seeing things? The attacker gets 240. The contested title will be seized by the Kam Pak U. Your service to the Empire will be recognized. Unlocks the Imperial County Pacification Casus Belli. I guess that's what that is. It's just for some reason, Imperial County Pacification Casus Belli itself is not a tooltip, so I didn't know what it was. Or I assumed it was only for me to declare wars. So if I just leave Imperial Pacification on, they'll just conquer for me. I guess. If they win, I suppose. I did a Northern Isle game. If you don't destroy Japan, they destroy you. I see. Alright, I didn't read the rest of chat. I want to say the integrate task is for Chancellor. A target title becomes the de jure part of your primary title. Well, I mean, you can't pick anywhere. You have to pick places that are inside your realm. Right? So we could do that for the northern... You only do that after you've conquered them. So, like, we could do that for the North Island there to make it de jure part of our title instead of just collecting taxes, which I think is... Or, sorry, instead of... The problem is if you... I got so many questions, dude. If you stop domestic affairs, do you insta-lose all of the vassal opinion, or does it fade over time? That's the most important question. Are you the Emperor? Nope, I'm the ruling regent who exerts power on behalf of the Emperor. What's up? I'm scared to click off of it just in case I instantly lose 17 opinion from every vassal. Which is a lot. Ital is bored by Japan. I'm trying to figure out what to do with them. Yes, that's exactly what I'm trying to figure out. So I asked chat before I went BRB, so I'm trying to catch up. The only interesting non-war progression I can think of is becoming a vassal of Tang and working toward a diplomatic coup to become hegemon, but I'm not sure that'll work because of differing government types. Well, funny you mentioned that, because I actually saw a post about something to that effect on Reddit? But maybe it was probably unrelated. And I don't know if I could find the same post again. Oh, no, it was it was the post about oh, no, I can't find it. It was something about the government types getting all messed up when someone who was playing Japan conquered the rest of Asia. Maybe somebody in chat remembers. I can't find it off the top of my head. But yes, it actually does like screw up the government type somehow. Because the OP was asking whether or not Paradox ever even attempted to conquer Asia as Japan. Because it like actually broke. Alright, I'm still catching up on chat. There's a Diplo trait. Yeah, there is a Diplo trait that gives extra vassalization acceptance. Which is cool. Alright, now I'm scrolling back down. Oh, here we go. I found it. Warn flashbang white screen if you're in a dark room warning. Conquering China as Japan breaks game, help needed. I conquered China as a Japanese shogun, but immediately as I took the hegemony, all Japanese house blocks that existed, including my own, glitched into a tribal confederation that doesn't exist. It's Confederation of the blank. And the game thinks everyone is in this null confederation, so you can't declare war on anyone. I understand why this happened in terms of my government switched from Soryo to Celestial, and it confused the game. How do I fix it? I have a save on the day I took... Japan, while having amazing mechanics, does feel super bugged at the moment. I have posted a bug report to Paradox. How has this never come up in playtest? Nobody would conquer China as Japan, right? This is one of those instances where the devs intend each system to be a separate theme park ride rather than something that interacts as a cohesive whole. I agree with that commenter very much. Oh, flashbang incoming again. I'm just seeing what everyone else is saying. One issue I have separate from this is, as Emperor of Japan, after asserting your authority, you cannot change your capital. This was a deliberate choice, but flawed and bad game design. Japan seems rushed. From my time playing, I've noticed a lot of bugs. So maybe it's fine if you do it as Emperor, but bad if you do it as Soryo? In my game, blocks just randomly disappear, no event, nothing. Same thing happened to me. Japanese government to Chinese government, but then the Khazars conquered us and we became nomad and I ended up a baron. Okay. All right, anyway, I forgot where I was going with that. I was trying to figure out how to expand my reach in a interesting gameplay way. The only thing I could come up with, it's not even really anything I come up with. If you could get some matrilineal marriages, wait until they have kids who inherit. That's such a long con type of situation. Then you'll probably get a bonus to vassalization because you're family and the head of their dynastic house. But you still need to get over the distance debuff because there's a lot of debuffs. It's negative 151 by default. Like, grandeur of our courts is a plus 24 by itself. Opinion of you is a third, so you can get that up to 33. So we can get an extra 23 from opinion. The distance is just negative a hundo. So like, it's distance. If they weren't just in the middle of the sea, we'd actually be able to get some vassals. So I feel like in Japan, it's pretty much just war, right? Like, I don't know if there's enough, because you can't, since there's no familial bloodline dynasty of inheritance, matrilineal marriage doesn't even guarantee land because you have to keep getting the governor chosen. Oh no, it's the tooth. The tooth. I don't need another milk tooth. Keep it as a good luck charm. They do be fighting up here. That just got 1,800 troops? Oh, it's 3 different armies. I was gonna say, that's crazy. So I think for now, I just want to save up money and see what this Omega decision does. The project. It's the only great project Japan gets, unless more unlock at future in-game dates. Marshal up +2. Thank you, Tutor. And then decision-wise, the only major decision that Japan gets, that's Japan's, is Soryo administration. So if you don't want a shogunate, too bad. I guess. I don't think they get anything else unique. How many, chat, if you just start a random person in China, how many decisions and projects do you get? Like major decisions and projects. Rip my tutor at 56 died in his sleep? Was this my tutor? I think this was my tutor. My tutors are all dying. And my antiquarian. Oh, is that my antiquarian? That was my antiquarian. We actually wanted him to die. 17% decay. Courtier, vassal, sadistic, zealous, and diligent. All right, you can be the antiquarian, one of my vassals. I'll pay you. I'm actually just curious. Learning increased by 2. He's kind of a genius. 16 diplomacy at 15 years old. He's gonna go crazy. But he's getting a martial education for some reason. Alt history storytelling is much better for CK3. I agree. I agree. All right, you're at a hundo. Abandon. New noble family. Sway house. Oh no. I'm curious about something. I just wanna. This is gonna say, right? I wanna look at something. Just gonna pick a random place in China as a curiosity. Not actually start a new game, just kind of looking through the window. Does this start a song? Wait, what year am I in? This 1066. I was gonna say, what? Wrong year. There's Tang. Okay, so if we just pick like a random spot. Chat, where's the, like, if you just had to say north, south, east, or west in China, what's the weakest part of it in this time period? Or just like north, northwest? Okay, so I'm just gonna pick somewhere like up here. Just impatient, ambitious, gregarious. I'm not gonna start a real game. I'm just doing this to look. It doesn't need to be. It doesn't need to be Iron Man. Hello? Okay, so they get their own villa also. I just want to look at decisions. Oh my god. Oh my god. Four dynastic cycle decisions. I wanted more or less. I wanted more. I'm trying to see if they have more. They seem to have a lot more. Okay, you got 4 dynastic cycle decisions, 5 administrative decisions, but withdrawal doesn't count, retire doesn't count, refuse appointments doesn't count. So like 2. And then the other thing is I want to start as the ruler. Does China have who's the ruling regent equivalent in China? This is... Is this a ceremonial ruler? Like, who's the equivalent of Japan's ruling regent, is what I'm asking. Which character? You guys are saying unrelated things. Just answer that direct question. Pretty please. Or we're gonna be on the screen forever. The Emperor leads directly, then just say the Emperor. Then the answer is the Emperor. The ruling regent wields all the power, so who's the equivalent of that in China? If the answer is the Emperor rules with all the power, then the answer is the Emperor. All right. Jesus Christ, mate. What are we doing here? So it's this guy, the Wang Di. You guys are overcomplicating this. Okay, I'm just trying to look at their great project page. No shot. Construct great barracks, strengthen the capital, improve the Great Wall, Grand Canals, Grand Campaign. What the hell? Japan gets one? Why does China get all the content? Why doesn't Japan get any content, dude? They get like, you get to be a Soryo. Are you happy now? What about the regular, like, just great decision, major decisions? All right, they don't have any major decisions. They get the same dynastic cycle ones for their mechanic. And then, like, adopt different religions, write a book. But still, the project difference from having one project in Japan to 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10? Literally 10 times? Early China is just more fun than early Japan. Yeah, but have you played late Japan? Chat, I'm gonna show you something, okay? Before you guys... even just Joe Cosantin has more major decisions to make than Japan does. Now, there's not like a major project, but at least you can decide, like, do I want to try and reclaim Britannia or something? Like, just something to work toward besides just like two things. Let's go Byzantine. I'm gonna look at Byzantine. It's just it's the same as Japan. So Japan doesn't even get a unique one. It's the same project that the other administrative government gets in the Byzantine Empire. And they get evangelize the pagans, hold a triumph, prepare Greek fire, refound the Pandidactyron, ask for support, found the Varangian Guard, reestablish the borders, reinstate the grain dole, restore the Roman Empire, and those are the Roman decisions. And then your normal major decisions, these are typical Holy Order, consecrate, strengthen, dynasty of many crowns. But then you got Mend the Great Schism is a unique one with the Holy Legend seed. So this is also an admin government, just like Japan. And they've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 big decisions. This looks way more thought out. That's what I'm saying, right? You got stuff to work toward. Even when you're the emperor. Like, we're already the emperor, and there's still, like, stuff here to try and accomplish. Japan in this DLC is like... Chad, if you play Hearts of Iron, name the other countries who were in the Soviet Union DLC. I can't remember. That's like what Japan is in this DLC compared to China. Holy moly. Oh, holy moly. Delete these. Get out of here, Basilius. We can look at Southeast Asia, but I don't know who. Out of curiosity. We've never heard this song in the game before. Who's the, like, highest ruler in anywhere over here? That would be an equivalent. Obviously, there's not going to be many kings. A bunch of duchies at most. Maybe here? Where am I? Suvarna Bhumi. I think there's an Empire title here. Oh yeah, there is. Let's try this. Mandala Decree. All right, let's see what they got. I look awesome, by the way. Capital Temple Complex Upgrade. A wonder that will stand throughout the ages. It's only one thing, but at least it's unique. They don't really have any major decisions either. He's going crazy in the background. But yeah, these are all pretty much the same. Back to ours. I'm just trying to figure out, like, what is the gameplay loop of Japan? If you don't go immediately Soryo Shogun. Because at first I was praising it for being unique and interesting. But then once you are the emperor, what do you do? Like, the unique part is becoming the emperor. And then once you've done it, you sort of crest above the clouds, and then you look around and you have clarity and realize that it's the same as any other emperor, except you don't get dynastic land. So it's like, yeah, you're definitely supposed to become the shogun. Because the only unique major decision that Japan gets is the Soryo administration, which is shogun style government. Learn to be happy as a one country minor. That's just fast forward until you die, brother. And here's the thing, if you're wondering why are you so critical of this, it's because Crusader King, think about how much content, if you've close your eyes for a second. Unless you're driving, which you shouldn't be listening to this stream anyways if you're driving. Imagine you've never played Crusader Kings 3. Ever. And you buy Crusader Kings 3 at full price. It's $50. Now think about how much you're going to explore the content of that game and how long you're going to be able to spend from scratch. A good deal. At least 200 hours, I'd say, if you've never played it before. You get 150, 200 hours easy. Lots of content, tons to do. $50. Now imagine that you just bought Crusader Kings 3 all under heaven. It's $30. 60% of the cost of Crusader Kings 3. In Crusader Kings 3, you're not shoehorned into playing one particular place. You have all of Europe, and all the feudal countries are going to be like the same ceiling of content that you're uncovering. But it feels like you're paying a lot of money proportionally, $30, and you have to play as China. Like it's kind of how it feels, basically. I don't know. Maybe I'm oversimplifying, but to make a point. Does All Under Heaven add admin government if you don't have the Byzantine DLC? I don't know. I don't think Korea even has anything unique. Okay. Secondary example, chat. Would you not agree that in Hearts of Iron DLCs, where they have usually one major nation and then they have other tertiary nations, that the tertiary nations have more content in Hearts of Iron than in this? Like, you could play as Ethiopia and get more unique content in Hearts of Iron than Japan. Which is crazy. And then I think the DLCs are also cheaper. Like full price. Hearts of Iron 4 is a $50 game as well. Yeah, the Hearts of Iron DLCs are $15 to $20 at full price. And I think have more content. I'm sorry, I know I'm stuck on this for a long time. Sorry that I've probably annoyed a bunch of people in the process because I'm bitching. But it's just dawning on me. The good ones are $20. Like Battle of the Bosporus is a non-starter. That's like $10. We are from Bichu after all. That's true. Paraguay in Hearts of Iron 4 has more unique content than CK3 Japan. It's true. Like, at least you've got the focus trees to give you a different sort of progression each time you start a different country in Hearts of Iron, right? China looks really cool for what it's worth. So if you're interested in playing China, then you got, it seems like there's a lot of gameplay there. They added almost double the map, but it feels like 10 to 15% more content. Is CK3 more popular? No, Hearts of Iron's more popular. Believe it or not, Hearts of Iron 4, I think, is the most popular Paradox by active player base. Crazy enough. They just price gouge you on CK3. CK3 is up there. I think it's like second most popular. So what I gathered is we're starting a China run? Hell no. All right, unpause. Unpause. We got to save up enough money for this project to see what it even does. I gotta find out what it does. Like, obviously Crusader Kings is gonna be more popular now because of recently released DLC. $58,000 playing right now, Crusader Kings. I think this DLC is like the most popular DLC ever released for Crusader Kings. But like, let's just do, it's fun to look at these comparisons because I think it catches a lot of people off guard. Did you guys know Stellaris is not even in the top hundo on Steam? Somebody died? Chat, what's a Paradox game that's not Victoria 3, Crusader Kings 3, Hearts of Iron 4, or Stellaris? What am I forgetting? Not EU. I mean, I guess EU4, but besides EU4. Don't talk about Imperator. All right, EU4 is the only other one, right? I'm not forgetting one. City Skylines is not developed. It's not a grand strategy game, you dinguses. Also, I thought that was just published by Paradox. Anyway, I might be wrong on that. You might find this interesting. So CK3, this is its year. This is year. So looking at 1 year, obviously DLC popping off, but let's say like 30K, right? Generously 30K, maybe like 25. Hearts of Iron 1 year, 62, 69, 70K average. More recently, 60K. But still, we're talking almost triple Crusader Kings 3 active popularity, active player base. Stellaris 1 year is like 16K, 20K. Say 20K. And then Vicky 3. 9K, 10K, DLC 14, 12, 12, 15. How is Hearts of Iron 4 still so popular? One simple answer. The gameplay is fun. That's it. The gameplay is fun and replayable endlessly. Hearts of Iron 4 is gameplay first. It's not because it's World War II is just there. The gameplay is it's the most fun war game that exists. Like it or not, Crusader Kings is a war game. And Stellaris is a war game. They're just not very good at war. And then we have Europa. Europa has 20,000, 24,000, 20 to 24,000 average over the last year. So almost about as much as Europa 4 is as popular as Crusader Kings 3, which is insane to me. I was surprised they made the last DLC from Victoria 3. I don't think they can afford to Imperator Victoria 3, so I would imagine Victoria 3 is a loss leader to preserve company PR. Like if you can't, like, Imperator was such a hit that if you cancel Victoria 3 as well, now you've got a reputation. 2's a pattern in that case. 1 is a fluke. Your daughter, she is in Nirvana. Who's dead? I don't even know who. Oh, your daughter was stillborn. That is sad. But anyway, yeah, Hearts of Iron 4 is still goated. It has a lot of problems, has a lot of bugs, but it is goated. Gotta give props. Chat says 1 DLC save Victoria 3. I haven't played it since launch, so I don't know. I'm not saying this is an insult. It's just true. It was a waste of money for me. We played for 16 hours. And I never played again. October 2022 was the last time I opened the game. Are any of the DLC for CK3 vital to the experience? In my opinion, no. Unless you really want to play in Asia, then of course this one. But that would be really difficult for a new player. Prohibitively so. Woe to the player who is new to Crusader Kings 3 and starts their first campaign in Asia. Good luck. I thought the Royal DLC was decent. You might think it's decent. The chatter asked if any were essential. Decent does not equal essential. Or vital. Sorry, their words were vital. Your counselor died. Oh my god, this dude's got 34 intrigue, but he's almost dead. That is unfortunate. Deceitful, paranoid, and cynical. I'd rather have wrathful, vengeful, and paranoid. But he's not quite as good. Let's go back to disrupting schemes. So I'm not even doing any schemes. There's a new, this event again. I was watching old Fallout New Vegas VODs and was wondering if you ever finished the other DLCs. I did not. Whatever is in the logs, that's as far as I got. Those are some old VODs now. Yeah, if you play Japan, you pretty much just play Soryo Whack-A-Mole. Because there's another Soryo government. I was getting FOMO from all the DLC that exists. If you're bored with vanilla, then there's some DLCs that can add some fun. For me, other people will disagree with the ones I recommend, probably. If you're not bored with what you got, then there's no reason for FOMO. There will be more Steam sales, I promise. But if you're bored, I really enjoyed Legacy of Persia. No, Iberia first, which is real cheap, but you need to want to play in Iberia and do the events there. I had fun with that campaign. I had fun with Legacy of Persia. I probably would enjoy China. I just don't want to play as it now because I'm already in Japan. But yeah, Iberia was really cool. Nice and condensed. And then maybe Northern Lords. Pretty much it, I think. For me. Maybe Cons of the Steppe. I didn't get to play Cons of the Steppe. It has mixed reviews, but Chad likes it. Oh, I thought I was on pause. My bad. Iberia is just a cool place to play in Paradox games, Scottish. Yeah, starting with vanilla and then one DLC at a time as you get bored. But yeah, I really enjoyed the Iberia one also. That was a fun campaign. All right, we're gonna go faster. 3 times speed. Speed it up, man. Trying to afford this community project, but I need that at least 1K just to get started, which isn't too bad. There's probably other stuff I could optimize. but I just don't care anymore. Just kind of just want to see what this does. I don't even know what to do. Gribinori comes of age. Fujiwara Gribinori is no longer Kikuchi Tsunekuni's ward. They get brilliant strategist and defender. What a gamer. My son with 25 learning just taught him to become an extremely goated strategist and a defender commander trade. That's pretty sick. 15 martial skill. I don't know who to wed him to. Nomads are so OP, I thought it was a little boring. Plan on EU5 IDK. Did you see Mountain Blade DLC? I did. I hope it's fun. That would be cool. Maybe we just take the money here. Sell everything which is impossible to read. Alright, my son. Gribinori. Where do you go, Gribinori? Tesco gets +2 stewardship. Man, the tutor is going crazy. The ruler of Korea has no kids. I was gonna just see like how reluctant foreign rulers were to marry into our family out of curiosity. I'm sure extremely reluctant. They're all betrothed, man. There are 22 children. Ten concubines. Holy. Holy. One spouse and 10 concubines. That would explain it, I guess. Bro, are they all betrothed? I just want to see how big the negative modifier is for me. There's one person. Pensive calm. I just want to see what this is like. Well, negative 76 is not as bad as I thought it was going to be. Reluctance for distant realms. I don't know what reciprocal hand reluctance to. I don't know what reciprocal means here. Other cultures, impressed by my court. Level of splendor. Opinion of the matchmaker. So we could actually get this pretty close. But the distant realms ain't gonna do it. So Japan being so isolated is really hard to handle the distant realms aspect. Korea would accept, but I don't know what the purpose would be. Negative 934 for matrilineals, funny. Minus 1,000. Gribinori, I don't know who to marry you to. Prince of Fashion, classic. Did you improve this? You did. Greetings. I have discovered that the contract obliges him to more than you have collected. Time to write this. Feudal taxes to you are increased. How do you get feudal taxes? In a non-feudal society. So I don't know what this event is. Is influence new? Yeah, it's new. For Japan at least. It just helps you navigate inheritance, which doesn't exist here. No, this is not the Soryo guy. Okay, let's start the thing. Great project time. An iron wrought chain is only as strong as its weakest link. Should a single link fail, the chain is useless. The regions of our great realm are no different. Every corner of Japan must thrive for our prosperity to endure. The construction of canals and roads, improved water access, well-planned cities, we will build it all. Increases development, add or upgrade buildings, and improve the counties within the target duchy. So we could go crazy and pick Bichu just for fun. But I think just for RP's sake, we would of course want to do the capital. Development growth increases by 50. Every county gets developed communities. Cheaper buildings. Oh, this is just for the Duchy of Kinai. So it doesn't care whether it's the capital or not. It's just picking a duchy and buffing that duchy, I think. So we get 500 gold. Chat, I already spent... Did I already spend the money? You gain 350 prestige, is that it? 250 gold for 350 prestige? $250 gold for 250 influence? Expand infrastructure. You gain 10 trait experience in Kikuchi. 500 gold for 10 governor XP and 1 development level out of 100. What the hell? So this is development growth increases by 50, not even the development. All contributions will be lost. I'm so confused. It already took the 1K from me. It already took 1K. I accidentally closed the screen. I'm trying to look and see where the duchy is. All right, this is the duchy. Here in the middle. The county modifier goes away after 10 years? It doesn't say that. Does it go away after 10 years? Okay, so some people who will contribute for prestige. It's almost entirely based on they have a base interest and an opinion. Does everybody who contribute get stuff? Or are they just contributing so that I get stuff? And you can do up to... It's got 350 gold. Do I need to ask more people or just him? Provide engineers, you gain influence. Your steward and vassal. It's got 270 gold. These are people that just have enough money to contribute, and they're all very happy to do it. No one has 500 gold. How long does this project take? Just to put into perspective, how much is 10 Kikuchi trade experience? The whole Kikuchi progress chain feels absolutely busted. We've been playing as this character for like 30 plus in-game years. We've been a governor the entire time, and we haven't even reached level 2 governorship. And now I am the ruling region of Japan. So the rate at which you gather Kikuchi XP is incredibly low. The gap between these is like 25 XP apiece, and this massive project is going to get us 10. But like, we haven't even gotten level 2 Kikuchi yet. And there's 4 levels. I have no idea how to grind Kikuchi XP. Alright, Kikuchi Ono Toshinari of Tsushima funded the Sind construction crew. I am proud to see my son as a fortune builder. 3-star education. Well done. Great project funded. Of the Chrysanthemum Throne. Thank you for your massive contribution. I'm not sure what they get out of it. How long does this take? Till 8, they accept it until 893, so we can actually fund it. No problem. Upgrade your house aspiration for 2,500 points. I do need to spend my prestige. Characters are more likely to accept marriage offers is interesting. Diplomacy per level of influence is also pretty crazy. And all house members get a diplomacy and 10% prestige. Just spend it all. Boom. Level 2. Level 2 ceremony, baby. Level 3, you get this ability to study poetry. I wish this just told you what was different from the last one. +1 max level of fame. And some prestige for the domicile. Okay. Another Soryo to squash. Secrets of the Body. Well, I do want piety, but I fear I'm gonna die before then. A learning lifestyle perk is probably better. Wait, did I get one or no? Ad starting soon? How did we get here? You're right, I'm a 64-year-old Kam Pak U of all Japan and China, and I'm a level 1 Kikuchi. Yeah, there's like no good way to gather Kikuchi XP. I wonder if it expects everyone with that trait to interact with the Imperial exam system. Are you a Kikuchi in China as well if you start China? And you get Kikuchi points from the Chinese exam system? By chance? But beware, ad watchers. It's coming for you. Chinese and Roman governors advance a lot faster. Yeah, I'm starting to rescind my early praise of Japan in this DLC. I gotta take it back. The early game is fun, but the early game only lasts for as long as it takes you to figure out how an administrative government in Japan works. And then the early game is over, and then you re-roll as China. Basically. You re-roll and start a new campaign as China, probably. If you get XP from building stuff, you don't. I've been building a lot of stuff. You didn't try the Shogun route, which I think is what they intend for Japan. I mean, when you say it's what they intend for Japan, you mean it's what they intend for Japan by exclusion of any other options. But if they're intending for historical play, the shogunate doesn't form for hundreds of years from this point. You know what I'm saying? And the game lasts until 1400, some 600 years from now. 1437 or whatever. So there should be enough gameplay for a couple hundred years of this government type before you immediately go, you know what, fuck it, I'm just gonna kill everybody and become the shogun. It's like, you can't have that decision from the first time you open the game. The house block system is pretty limp. Yeah, it hasn't had any effect on us so far. I don't even know what it's for. That describes my playthrough exactly. I don't understand how anyone still has anything left to do in CK3 post 1000. The answer is you've disabled most notifications and you play on 5 times speed and you don't really concern yourself with the details. And then your game is over much faster. Japan gets into the game late, so yeah, there should be way more into this. Your primary gameplay as Japan is actually just being in China. So you may as well just play China, right? And then just conquer Japan, and your government style will have a lot more. You'll cover the same territory, but you'll have an actual gameplay loop with the celestial system, right? Anyway, welcome back. Secrets of the Body. What was that? 50 XP, 50 XP, 50 XP. All right, I'll take the 50... I'm really confused. This is a diplomacy challenge against Harukage. With a 98% chance he gets me 50 learning XP. And this is a guarantee 50 learning XP with 50 piety. I have no idea why there's a first and third. No idea. I'll pick that one. Looking around on Byzantium, most of my governors are at least level 1 governor trait. 2 is common. Oh, loud. Inspired person, but nobody is 3 or 4, even the leaders. I think a mini celestial system would have fit Japan. I think so too. They need something. Like the celestial system, why did I get an achievement for reach the max level of, oh, max level diplomacy, or legitimacy. Popular opinion plus 10. Reduced cost of claim casus belli. Increased vassalization acceptance, alliance acceptance, marriage acceptance, tributary acceptance, claimant factions. Cost for swinging the scales of power and de jure counties needed for creating a title. The creating a title one's interesting. I just don't think you can create titles in Japan. Because you have to actually hold all the territory? Yeah, I kind of agree the house blocks should have some kind of similarity to powerful vassals making demands. Having to appease them, having to put them in the position. Like, it doesn't matter who you put on your council, for the most part. There might be some factions that form when you have a worse diplomat. Of course, we have a 33 diplomacy, which is, you know, peace in our time. But a faction trying to install themselves is not unique gameplay to Japan, right? You could do that anywhere. Anger for Japan is the new poem about strife. Are there any with just 3 counties? It doesn't matter. You have to physically control all of them. And there is no way to control all those counties. And on top of that, you cannot create a title because you're a Ritsuyo government. Soryo counts and Ritsuyo governments cannot usually create duchies on the island of Japan, but Soryo leaders may bypass this, so you just can't do it. Tenno Korohito's court now speaks Japonic. A most wise decision. What were you speaking before? I have 2 sons that can get married. Son recovers from illness. Am I crazy? Is this not the place that I just, like... Bro! My son-in-law... Is this the poet? The poet became a Soryo and is leading an uprising against me? What the hell is going on here, man? And my daughter is wounded and ill. Like, what? They were ill? They probably did an operation and she became wounded as a result of that. When the pin becomes the sword. I don't know who's winning here. Learning lifestyle XP would be cool. Let's go down a path of zealousness. Task aborted. I think bro's getting sieged. You declined the chance to be a true protagonist, clearly. All right, we're going 4 times speed. We need to get through this. Completed in 9 years. I glimpse a servant staggering under the weight of a heavy burden. I see Matrico pause. She stays compassionate. Tachikoma has gotten a 3-star intrigue education. They grow up so fast. Bato gets a 2-star insightful thinker. What? That's it from the guy who's a 32 learning? My son is gluttonous, just, and trusting. Those are the twins. I'm sorry, did I say a plague known as the Flux? How is Japan getting the Flux right now? Barely anybody's even coming over here, man. We're gonna go control plague and do plague resistance for us. What else can I do for plague other than the decision to isolate the capital? Which I'm not gonna do right now. Why can I not see county names at any... There we go. Did the city get built? Yo, our city got built. I never even saw it. 5 hundo gold. Farmers are not using their farmland. You expose someone's secret lover. No one cares, man. A grim report from the county of Ise. My Osho Harakage hands it over. The people demand action. Purge the beast. They spread the flux. Buddha wills it. My High Almoner is dead to cancer. We must cull the sheep. Disease vectors reduced. Minus 50% supply. There's no need. Why would I not pick like one county? Purge the local sheep population. Yeah, cull the sheep, easy. Okay, 9 others? Chat, it has spread to the capital almost. Holy, there's the Greek sweats? Oh, that's somewhere else. What the hell? All right, I'm taking the isolate capital, reinforce the walls, close the gates, and throw the keys. Increase plague resist of your capital. You lose 47 legitimacy. We gain isolated capital for 15 years. How devastating is the flux gonna be in Crusader Kings 3? How do you even see how many people have like suffered or died so far? There's only been 1 fatality, but that means it's a named character who died. You get a -2 diplomacy, -1 martial, -2 intrigue, -8 prowess, critical health penalty. You're expelling blood in the latrines. It's not good. Down to True Ruler. A walk through Izu reveals something unpleasant. A plague has arrived in this unassuming hamlet. Why are you not... We just isolated the capital and you're going to where the plague is? What are you doing, man? When meeting the eyes of the infected, they look hollow and vacant, as if the spirit is elsewhere. Their clothes are stained deep red around the rear. And they clutch their assholes as if to stop them from falling out. That's not what it says. Already, people are calling this affliction Tsutsushima's flux. While numbers remain low, it's only a matter of time until it spreads further. I've survived worse. All counties between 10 and 15 development get at risk of plague for 10 years. It's already happened. Summon the physician to provide numerous options to offset the plague. Because you have a personal physician. Summon the physician. Oh wait, our tutor is dead of old age. Okay. Before we do this, we need a tutor. Kokushi Abi Tsuneki of Chikugo. Very scholarly. Scholar's huge. Patient is huge. You're in. Tutor. And then... who died? High Almoner was Piety. Buff that Piety. The scene is playing out. Those afflicted by the flux are afflicted with sanguine excretions like I've never seen before. Chat, what the hell is a sanguine excretion? How can an excretion be sanguine? Blood red is the second definition. That's how. Okay, I had to look that up because I've never used sanguine to mean blood red, but that is what it means. In most current use cases, it means optimistic or positive. But in medieval science, it is associated with the predominance of blood. How are we preventing this? Soft approach, desperate measures. I'd say safe treatment for sure. Let's not go crazy. It was seems a success, slowing the spread of disease among commoners. The impact is quite minimal. It should at least grant more time to work on a solution. Mild epidemic prevention for 10 years. +5 plague resist. Let's see how it looks now. Explore plagues. That can when you click explore plagues, it closes the window even though it's already open. Okay, anyway. It's right outside our doors. I've been studying the ancient religious texts. My Osho urges me to keep this information to myself. The scholars all seem to agree that this age will end after 1,000 years. By my calculations, we are less than a century away. Everyone deserves to know the truth. Path of zealousness or consult with the bhikkhus. What if your calculations are wrong? A reasonable point. Gain 250 piety. And zealousness. Your counselor, Takamochi, died from the bloody flux? Oh no. Your grandson was taken as a prisoner? Baby jail! Get my grandson out of baby jail this instant. I need a new samurai. Holy 29 prowess. You're a drunkard, cautious leader. To be honest, I don't think that really matters so much, but yeah, I'm gonna pick you for sure. Because it just makes sense. And then we need to increase control in a county, but it's... Well, actually, no, we don't. Increase night effectiveness. I don't know how good that is here. Yeah, just organize the army. Your grandson's been released from prison. You have a new dynastic legacy. Family estates, more domicile income and influence. Unlock the household retainer lodgings. Knight prestige. Bodyguard aptitude. Decision to enter seclusion is available. Chat, should I enter seclusion? What do you think? Be funny if I die to the flux. Oh, is it going away? We are also going to hit the project. Do I have to get someone else? Why can't I contribute to expand the infrastructure? I don't know. I thought I was saving up money to do that. But it was not me. Miss Mortis, thank you for the 12 months. A year already? I don't know how it's been a year already. That is crazy. Did they ever do anything up here? No. Game gets a lot more interesting if you die to flux. That's true. That's true. Japan is kind of like fast forward until you die, and then you basically soft start your game over because you lose your power, and so then you just have to get it again. That's the real game. It's like a roguelike where every time you die, your new character has to figure out how to become the ruling region of Japan again. From scratch. Oh yeah, I could find appointments for all of my sons. The capstone of the Japan exclusive Dynasty Legacies, good for Soryo. I wonder if that reveals anything about the designed gameplay. Are you serious? Like, is it only good for them, I mean? War Tales. Monthly prestige per night. Number of knights plus 5. Knight effectiveness plus 10%. Yeah, because a Soryo can have knights, but Ritsuyo governors cannot unless they are the ruling regent. So it does benefit all Soryo. And it's called War Tales. It is called War Tales. It's the problem is I don't understand how much of Crusader Kings 3 is designed around combat while focusing none of the development time on making combat fun. I don't get it. Does anyone in chat, and I'm not gonna criticize you or ban you or time you out, but does anyone legitimately think the combat in Crusader Kings 3, like the act of doing the war and playing it, is like the fun, is a fun part? Or is it a means to an end? These are the chatters who are daring to speak. For the record. As soon as I need to have 3 armies do anything, I automate it all. See, I haven't played since they made automation for armies, and I haven't even tried it. But that's funny that like a bunch of you are saying you just automate it. I get a morsel of fun by developing an elite cadre of knights who can kill 1,000 peasants. When armies have stakes, it's fun. Yeah, when there's stakes, it's fun. But it's not fun to do, it's fun to see the results, which is different. But yeah. Chat, I wanted to keep playing until my dude died, but I kind of just don't care now. Because, and I'd be happy for someone to give me a reason to care. Because if he dies, I take over as another son, and then my goal is to become the ruling region of Japan again, so that when I'm ruling region, I can do what? What do I do? Once I'm ruling, I don't know what to do when I'm ruling region, other than just invest all the coffers, of which there's a lot. You get a lot of money as the ruling region. The main thing is huge income. And then you just build up all of your building slots so that you get more money. If you don't want to be Shogun, just uninstall? I mean, not uninstall, just re-roll as China? If you don't want to be Shogun 300 years before it historically occurred. 5 times speed until death, switch to Adventurer Air, move to China. I thought there was a thing if you unite the Emperor and region into one, you can go hereditary, or is that just Soryo? I don't know. Are you talking about this decision? To establish the Soryo administration? I don't know. This is the only thing you can kind of do. I think it's just all revolving around trying to funnel you into dynastic gameplay. I like the idea of the Ritsuyo government. It just doesn't have anything to do other than intense micromanagement of hot potato. Like, right, what I'm supposed to be doing now is looking at all of my sons, of which I now have many, and even some of my daughters, and trying to find them an appointment and try to get them to be like, okay, best case scenario, you have a big family. Let's say you have 10 children, like I do, and you get all 10 of them a governorship. Good job. You did it. You have a huge governorship family, and you sort of control a majority of Japan as a most powerful house. Maybe even Kam Pak U at the same time. If any of them die, then you keep doing that over and over again, and you don't really accomplish anything. They want you to not like it, maybe. Because, like, my son, for example, has Bichu. But if my son dies, it actually goes to... Oh, wait, the Bichu actually continues. So that did work. Oh, cool. Remember we got the 100-year guarantee for Bichu? Like, that actually did stay. The 100-year guarantee worked. But let's take Chiruzin then, my second son. If he dies, then a random guy inherits, so I have to keep kind of propping up different inheritors, but to what end? I think that's why I liked Iberia and Persia so much, because you have goals, you have objectives all the time until the Iberian event ends or the intermezzo ends. You're constantly working toward an objective and seeing progress. If you've already spent 300 hours like I have painting the map big empire color, then doing it again but as Japan is not fun. I've already done just lol, let's go to war for 300 hours. So I just want something else to do. So there's like tons of new DLCs, but none of them actually like change the core gameplay loop. Anyway, I don't know. I think China looks fun. Outside looking in, I don't know if it actually is fun. Chat seems to enjoy playing as China. So if you do get this, I would just play as China. Or if you want to do Shogun. If you want to do Shogun, then do Japan. There's like a framework for a standalone game in the admin system, but it doesn't go anywhere. Yeah, the framework is there. Like all the mechanics around gaining influence are there. And they work, and I think that they're kind of fun at first. It just doesn't go anywhere. You're kind of doing it for just, you're spinning 100 plates just for fun, like because you can. I depend on achievements in CK3 to give me direction. I understand it's a sandbox game. Like, I don't need it to literally spell out the objective. I just need there to be... It's like a sandbox with only one bucket to build your castle with. So when you're building, every castle looks the same because you're just building it with the same single round bucket. Making block allies is a cool idea. It is a cool idea. It just doesn't go anywhere that I can tell. It would have helped a little if your Diplo range was larger. Yeah, maybe. There's a new Buddhist faith with a unique tenet and provides a goal. Like, my best memories besides Iberia and Persia are like the campaigns where we played as the Viking guy and did the Isle of Man and had that like unique major decision that you can do from the Isle of Man to create your own sort of empire faction. That was cool. The ones where you work up towards something great. Japan is weird because you're Japan, you start as Japan, you end as Japan. It's already sort of made for you. So you don't really... Becoming leader is interesting the first time, but you can't really like accomplish anything from that. Yeah, Pirate King was really cool. The Bamid Persia run was great. Yeah, Bamid Persia was fun. Have you tried any conversion mods? No, I don't think so. I'm not really interested in them. But anyway, it was fun for a little while, but I'm bored now. It was fun for a little while. But once you get to the top, as quickly as you do, which I don't know if... Like, I'm Fujiwara, which is basically the royal house. So I'm not sure if starting as a lower house would have mattered, because again, the house blocks don't seem like they matter. If I started as like a much lower power house, I feel like it would have been just as easy to become Kampaku, because none of the other characters are even trying to accomplish anything, which is classic like AI problem. I'm curious, how are the points here, right? So in succession, it seems exceptionally easy to become Kam Pak U in one life. My son and vassal of Chikuzin is 4th in line to become Kam Pak U, and I have done nothing to boost him up. Not one thing. He's just 4th in line. I haven't even promoted him. So I could promote him to get an additional 30. I get the 257. And then I only need 60 points to get him to become the next Kam Pak U. Which I can afford right now. I could give him... I could just make my son Kam Pak U with 2 clicks. I could go major contribution, medium contribution right now. And then the 3rd click actually would be starting the promote, and bam, he'd be 1st in line for Kam Pak U. What's he getting all the points from? It's a good question, actually. I have to look from this page. He's getting points from his skills. Child of current holder is plus 37. So you get a pretty big buff. Fujiwara level of splendor. So Fujiwara is propping him up plus 40. Ceremonial monarch opinion, how much the Tenno likes him. Once you create a lineage of Fujiwara, you could do that for any house, but once you create like a history of the same house, you get a bonus. Ceremonial house with Bichu parents is plus 10. Ceremonial house with Bichu spouses is plus 5. And then as he gets older, it'll get even higher. Why was Suckberia the best run? Because it was the first run and we didn't know how to play the game. That was the first one, right? That was just vanilla. Suckberian Gulag was the first run. That was when we didn't know how to play Crusader Kings, man. I'm telling you, that's why when people come in and go like, what DLCs are essential? I go, just play vanilla. Because the discovery period for vanilla is beautiful and it's fun to find out all the funny things you can do. But then once the novelty wears off, there's no gameplay loop to keep you coming back. It's a game entirely based on novelty. So I think vanilla is highly worth it because it's $15 for a lot of fun novelty. Even full price, it's worth $50. But once you're done with vanilla, there's no other gameplay. Vanilla feels too shallow for me these days. It is very shallow. Once you're good at it, it's no longer fun. There's nothing to be good at. All you need to do is figure out basic leadership. Like, the only challenge in CK3 is figuring out how to deal with not having primogeniture succession. Once you figure that out, you win. Right? There's not really any other challenge. Nobody ever tries to really assassinate you. If there are bigger fish, you will quickly figure out how to beat them militarily and take advantage of the AI, which they have improved. But yeah, there's a lot of gameplay in vanilla if you've never played it before. And my problem with Crusader Kings isn't that I think vanilla's bad or anything like that or too shallow. It's that there's hundreds of dollars of DLC that do nothing to increase the depth of the gameplay loop. So that's why Crusader Kings 3 is like my saddest Paradox game, because it had the most potential at launch that was just never realized. I look back 5 years ago, And I think when we started with what we had in vanilla, I thought this is going to become the greatest game of all time. I'd never thought that hundreds of dollars of DLC later, it was going to be the same game. It's still the same. None of the gameplay loops have changed. It's just wider now. The map is wider. Like, Stellaris has a lot of problems, but I would love to see the Stellaris team be given Crusader Kings 3 in some upside down realm. Like, at least Stellaris has changed the core sort of gameplay multiple times to try to find something that works. CK3 is just like, yeah, whatever. We don't need to change shit. Just throw in another $30 DLC. Anyway, Hearts of Iron 4, still the only one. The only one for me, man. It was fun for a little bit, though. It was. But it just, I end up kind of sad because I'm just like, man, it could be so much more. They still got my money, though. Stellaris is a great deal. You have like 10 different games that you can play by rolling back your game version. But yeah, I got plenty of time out of vanilla CK3. I would still recommend it to new players. It's a really long and fun honeymoon period. It's just... I'm gonna go full price. Because if you've played since launch, like I have, you would have bought all these at full price. I'm not including the content creator pack. $44 DLC. Well, the $44 Chapter 4 includes Cons of the Step and Crown, or All Under Heaven, I think. It's their season pass. But yeah, it's like, oop, hello. It's big. That's huge. I didn't type this. I just did the individual DLCs. And then, you know, the base game is $50, but base game $50. $219 of DLCs. Am I getting 4 times the base game for 4 times the price of the base game? I would be happy with 2 times the base game for 4 times the cost of the base game. You know what I'm saying? It's crazy. It is crazy, dude. All right, anyway. I hope you enjoyed reminiscing about the times when they were good from Crusader Kings. Time to drop it again. Inevitably. I don't know if I... Like, after this, I'm actually less likely to play EU5 after today, I think. Less likely. Because I know how it's going to end. But I don't have anything else to do, so we'll see. I don't have a backup plan. Oh, it's this song again. You can't listen to that song. It's a good song though. But yeah, I got nothing else to do tomorrow. So anyway, good night. I'll see you guys again next time. Come back tomorrow for something. When you want to love the game, but it keeps disappointing you. Yeah, just over and over again. I'm gonna go send you off to say what's up to Arch, who's playing some Abiotic Factor. Go say what up. I should have stopped streaming 30 minutes ago instead of crying about this. I should have stopped streaming half an hour ago. Ah, well. All right, later, gamers. Go say what's up to Arch. Good night. Come back tomorrow. Maybe save some people in chat some money, or just made you want to start a China run. I think either of those choices is correct. But until next time, go give Arch some love. Thanks for watching, sticking around to the end. Appreciate you. Thanks for making the streams possible. Now get out of here.